Hey, it's your bro. I hope you're doing well. And in this playlist, I will be teaching you guys HTML and then later on CSS. So if you're looking for a career in web development, or you're taking college classes and learning HTML is required, or perhaps you want to learn to build your own website, then look no further because you're in the right place. Let's get into it. If you find this video helpful, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support will help keep this channel running. What is HTML? HTML is an acronym for Hypertext Markup Language. It is a declarative language and not a computational one such as Python, PHP, or JavaScript, and there's many more besides those examples. HTML is a markup language, and it's used to declare what should exist on a web page. Your browser will take an HTML file, read it, and then display it as a web page. What are the advantages of using HTML? It's easy to learn, it's easy to use, and it's easy to write. Web developer jobs are high in demand right now. You'll want to learn CSS and JavaScript along with HTML though. The disadvantages of HTML. HTML by itself is ugly, there's no style. That's why you want to learn CSS after this. It's also static in nature, there's no animations, and that's why you want to learn JavaScript. JavaScript will add life and animations to HTML websites. HTML also exhibits unpredictable behavior across certain web browsers because some tags, and you'll learn about tags later, are supported on some browsers and not on others. Also, along with HTML, there are little to no jobs if you only know HTML. That's why I emphasize learning CSS as well as JavaScript and possibly other technologies after that too, depending on what you're looking for. So that's why I'm bringing up the skill tree for beginning front-end developers. You'll want to start with HTML, then learn CSS, and then afterwards I would recommend learning JavaScript. Each of these languages has a specialty and they work well together. Think of building a website as being similar to constructing a house. So HTML acts as the foundation, as the skeletal framework of our house, including walls, doors, roofing. However, we would want to eventually decorate our house when we are done building it. That's when CSS comes in. CSS would be us painting, decorating, and furnishing our house. Lastly, JavaScript adds dynamic life to our web pages. In our house analogy, this would be similar to us adding electricity, gas, lighting, and plumbing. It adds functionality to our websites. And at some point in time, I will have a complete playlist for each of these languages, so that's a great reason for you to subscribe so you can always stay up to date. Just so you're aware, there's many more technologies out there besides these three. However, these will be enough to get you started, but you should not settle for just stopping at JavaScript. I would continue on to learn more technologies like Angular, Node.js, PHP. You should learn some backend stuff if you want to be a full stack developer. You shouldn't stop just here, but this is enough to at least get you to become a front-end developer. So what do you need to get started? One, you'll want to have a web browser. I'm assuming you have one since you're watching this video. Here's a list of a few I would recommend: Google Chrome, or Firefox, or Safari, or Microsoft Edge. There's probably more out there, but please do not use Internet Explorer. We will also want to download a text editor as well. A text editor is software that allows us to write HTML files, and it has some bonus features too. Instead of using .txt or doc files, we will be working with HTML files. Your web browser will take that HTML file, read it, and display it as a web page. So I would recommend downloading a text editor so you can write HTML files. Here's a few recommendations, but not a complete list. There's Sublime Text, Atom, Visual Studio, and Notepad++. There's still more out there than just this list, but here's just a few recommendations and you can pick one from here. If you have no preference, I would recommend Sublime Text, and I can show you how we can install that and set it up. So feel free to use whichever text editor you prefer. If you have no preference, here's the link to Sublime Text. Just go to sublimetext.com, simple as that. And we're going to click this download button. Alternatively, if you go to the download tab, there's other download options if you prefer. Let's just hit this download button, and we are going to open this. You can browse for a file location. I'm going to use the default location under Program Files. Click Next. I guess I'll add to Explorer context menu. Next. Install. And finish. You may have to look to see where that file was downloaded to. I just so happened to do that, and I created a shortcut for my desktop here, so I'm just going to open up this bad boy. So here's the home screen for Sublime Text. The first thing we'll want to do is go to View, then go to Syntax, and then change this to HTML. So to begin, you can type some text on here and it will display on your web page. So I think I'll create a title for the top of my web page, and I'll say something such as "Welcome to my website." And then I'm going to save this, File, Save As, and you can choose a location to save this to. I think I'll save it to my desktop, and I think I'll create a new folder. You don't have to do this, but I like to keep everything organized, and I'll call this HTML files. So make sure that your homepage is named index, and then make sure it's an HTML file. So we're going to save this here. Here's that file. Right click it, then open with, and pick a web browser to open this file with. So let's open it with Chrome. And here is our website. So this is zoomed in. You can zoom in or out. One thing you might want to do for ease of use is to have your text editor side by side with your web browser, so you can easily make any changes to your HTML file, save it. You can either go to File, Save, or if you're using Windows, you can hit Control-S to automatically save, and then you can refresh your web browser, and that will change the web page based on the changes you just made. So, do you guys remember our analogy where we compared building a website as being similar to building a house? Well, before constructing any house, we want to be sure that we're building it on a solid foundation. We're going to add a few things to our HTML document so we can build a proper website. So what we're going to do is clear this out, we'll save it, and start fresh. In HTML, we use a series of tags that describe how we want our website to look and what content we want on it. Different tags have different effects on our website. What we're going to be doing here is creating a skeletal structure of our website. Think of it as all the support beams of our house in our previous example. So at the very top of your file, type a set of angle brackets, and within these, we're going to type exclamation point, then doc, type, all caps, and then HTML. This defines the document as being of the current version, which is currently HTML5. It tells the web browser that this is an HTML document. Now on the next line, we need to create a set of HTML tags. It's the same process as above, where you need a set of angle brackets, and we're going to type HTML. Except we also need another one. Alright, so with tags, they're usually in pairs, adding a / before the tag name. So this is the beginning tag, and this is the ending tag. It lets the web browser know where the effects of this tag should begin and where it should end. So we're going to be writing all of our code within these two HTML tags. These two tags are going to function as a container that's going to hold all of our tags and text for our web page. So if these are acting as a container, we'll probably want to have a little more room between these two tags. The next set of tags that we need is the head tags, and you'll write this within the HTML tags near the top. So we're going to write head within a set of angle brackets, and then make sure there is a closing tag. And then you'll want to be sure that these are indented if they're within another set of tags, just because it's easier to read. Otherwise, it still works the same, but I find this easier to read. Speaking of easier to read, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Alright, I would say that's better. Now, this head element contains meta information about this document. It describes information about this document to the web browser. Think of it like the settings for this document. And if we have a head element, we're also going to want a body element. So we're going to put that within the HTML tags, but after the head tags here. So we're going to write it here. So we need an opening tag and then a closing tag. Within these body tags, this is where all of our content is going to go. So anything that you want to add to your web page, you'll want to put within the body tag so it can be displayed. Well, this is the skeletal structure of our website. It is the minimum requirements to build a solid foundation for our website. You'll want this doc type HTML at the very top to let the web browser know that this is an HTML document. You'll want a set of HTML tags to let the web browser know that the HTML code starts here and ends here. The head tags contain information about what this document is about. There's another term for this, and it's called metadata, and you would put it within the head tags. And the body tags contain all of the content for our web page. Before, when we added text to display to the web page, we'd put it right at the top, but now we'll want to put it within these body tags, so I'll add that back. I think it was something such as, "Welcome to my website." Let's save this and then refresh the page, and here's the text. And we can also add a title to this web page. You can see it on the tab here. It currently says index.html, and we can change that within the head tags. So let's put that here, but we need a set of title tags. So we need a opening title tag and a closing title tag. I think I'll name this "Da Best Website." Save it, and then we can refresh the page, and you can see it no longer says index.html, it says "Da Best Website." Well, those are the very basics of HTML. In the next video, we will be discussing some basic concepts of the head tags, as well as some basic tags for the body. But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started in HTML. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video we're going to be discussing comments, headings, and spacing. So let's get into it. Let's kick off this video with comments. Comments are useful if you need to insert some sort of note for yourself or for somebody else that's looking over your HTML document. When you insert a comment, they won't actually appear on your web page, but they will appear on your HTML document. So this is what you do to write a comment. You need the left angle bracket, an exclamation point, and then 2 dashes. Everything after this will become a comment, so you need to place an ending comment tag somewhere. So to do that, type in 2 dashes and then a right angle bracket. Everything between these 2 tags will be marked as a comment. So we can say something such as, "This is a comment." And notice that it's grayed out, so this will not appear on the web page. So let's save it and test it out. Let's refresh the web page, and it doesn't appear. And these comments can also take up multiple lines. It really depends on where you place the ending comment tag. If we were to put this at the end of our document, all the content between here, despite if it's on multiple lines or not, will now be a comment, and everything now disappeared because our text, our content for our web page is between these 2 comment tags. So place a comment wherever you want. It's useful if you need to leave a reminder for yourself or some sort of note for yourself or for somebody else. Okay, so up next we have headings. Heading tags are used to show the structure of a document by transforming text to become headings such as titles, to mark categories or sections. So by default, there are 6 sizes of headings that you can apply to text. They are H1 through H6, with H1 being the largest heading and H6 being the smallest. So I'll demonstrate each of these. So let's take out our content for now. So if you want to mark something using the H1 heading tag, you just write H1 within angle brackets, and then you need a closing tag for this too. So make sure to write / then H1. So whatever text we put in here is going to be affected by the H1 heading tag. So here's an example. We'll just say heading 1 and make sure to spell it right. We'll save this, and you'll notice that heading 1 is fairly large compared to the text that we had before in our document. And these headings are useful if you need to mark different sections of a web page. It's kind of like a title, and there's different sizes. So let's go through each of these, and I'll just show you the H1 through H6 tags. So this is H2. So let's change H1 to H2 for the second line, and let's save it, run this, and you can see that H2 is slightly smaller. So the higher the number in your heading tag, the smaller the font is going to be, all the way till H6. So let's try these out. So let's have H3, H4, H5, and lastly, H6. All right, let's save it, refresh the web page, and you can see that these are all the headings that we have. They are of varying sizes depending on what kind of sized font you're looking for some sort of heading. So basically, these heading tags are useful if you want to give your web page a title or label sections. Place them wherever you like. Next, I'm going to teach you guys how the paragraph tag works, but first, we need some sample text to work with. Now, if you're using Sublime Text and you need just some random text for your web page, what you can do is type in lorem and then hit tab. And this is all, I want to say, dummy text. It's all in Latin, actually. And let's save this and refresh the web page. And we have a nice little paragraph here. It's actually all in Latin, so I'm going to translate this because I'm actually kind of curious as to what this is. So I placed this within Google Translate, and this is what it comes up in English. The original language is Latin, and in English it says, lorem ipsum carrots, enhanced rebates, but they do accat labor and in pain and vitality, so that at some important things too. Well, obviously that this is pretty much garbage, but it's useful if you need some dummy text to work with. I think what I'm going to do is just pretend that this is some sort of magical incantation or spell instead of Latin. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet. It's like Harry Potter when they name their spells. Wingardium Leviosa. Okay, I'm starting to get off track again. Now, if you want to separate some text and have it become its own separate paragraph, just use the paragraph tag. So what you need to do is type in P within angle brackets. So this will split up our text and it will become a new paragraph. So let's save this, refresh the page, and everything after this paragraph tag became its own separate paragraph. So that's useful if you need to mark different sections. If you have a lot of text to work with, just use this paragraph tag and you can separate lots of text by paragraph. Now, one thing that you might see is that a lot of people like to have these opening paragraph tags at the very beginning of a paragraph, and where they want their paragraph to end, they'll have a closing paragraph tag, and then they'll actually separate these within the HTML document. I think it's easier this way to read, and then the next paragraph, you just have the opening paragraph tag and the closing paragraph tag at the end. So there's multiple ways of writing this. There will be no change to the web page if you were to write it either way. Personally, I prefer to have a opening paragraph tag and a closing paragraph tag, like before and after each paragraph, basically. But either way works. It really depends on what style you prefer. So these paragraph tags are useful if you want to write a document or anything that contains a lot of information. These will help keep it organized. Now, if you ever need to add a line break, you can add a line break tag. You type in BR within angle brackets. So let's try this out. This should push our text down one line. So with our HTML documents, this really doesn't read like empty lines. So, if we had this with a bunch of empty lines between our heading and our text, this won't actually read the way you think it would. So if you ever need to add like a line break or some space, just use this BR tag, and you don't need a closing BR tag because this is referred to as an empty tag. It's one of the few exceptions where you don't need to place an ending tag for this, just like the paragraph tag. It's not required to have a closing tag for this. So actually, if you were to add a couple of these, you can add a couple line breaks. So each time I'm adding one of these, it's pushing all the text down by one line. So I'll place these wherever you see fit. Next, we have the HR tag. It adds a visual break in a web page. And note, HR doesn't stand for human resources. It's actually an abbreviation for horizontal rule, and it's used to separate content by adding a horizontal line to separate whatever content you want. So let's separate each of these headings, I think. So we'll just add a HR tag after each of these headings, and I'll show you what effect these have. So this is useful if you need to mark something off, like section by section. So if we were to add this HR tag after each of these headings, and this is also an empty tag, so you don't need a closing tag for each of these. And let's add one more. All right, so now we have each of these headings in its own separate section. Lastly, we're going to cover non-breaking spaces. So what do you think would happen if I added a bunch of random gaps between my text here? You think these would display, right? But I'm refreshing the page and they actually don't, because we ignore these large gaps between our text. Like I'll even hit enter and add a bunch of gaps, and this doesn't appear. So if you ever need to add a space, what you use is a non-breaking space, and you type in and NBSP. That means non-breaking space. So if we were to refresh our web page, you can see that a single space appeared. It's like you're hitting the space bar. So let's add a couple of these. So this should add a few spaces. Yep, we have a little gap here. So if you ever need to add a few spaces, just use this non-breaking space. So that's some of the fundamentals for comments, headings, and spacing. If you're looking for some additional practice, feel free to follow along because I'm going to create a new web page and we'll utilize a few of these features that we just learned about. So go to File, New File, and I'm going to copy all of this and we're going to delete everything within the body and start fresh. And let's just delete all of this. All right, so feel free to pause the video if you need to catch up with this. And let's rename the title here. Let's call this perhaps test web page. And let's save this. The file name doesn't matter. I'll just call this test.html. All right. And oh, we're probably going to want to open this too. So go to the file you just created, right click it, open with, and then pick a web browser. All right, so here's our test web page. All right, so let's create a heading. This will function as perhaps a title for this test web page. So let's use the largest heading there is, which is H1. And I'm thinking we can just name this perhaps Translations of Lorem. Then let's put a closing H1 tag here, save it, and test it out. There it is, Translations of Lorem. Then I'm thinking we can translate that lorem paragraph that we had before into various languages and mark a different section for each translation. So I think that would be some good practice for us. And how about we add a horizontal rule? So use an HR tag, refresh the page, and here's a line going across horizontally our web page. Now let's create another heading. How about H3 this time? Let's call this Latin. And a closing H3 tag. Let's test it out. And it says Latin here. All right, so we're going to want some dummy text. So if you're using Sublime Text, just type in lorem, then hit tab. Let's save this, run it. So here's our sample text that we have. It's all in Latin. So why don't we create another section that's dedicated to this translated in English? So let's create a new heading and we'll use H3 again. That's like a middle-sized heading, and we'll call this English. And what I'm going to do is actually translate all this to English, so let me go to Google Translate real quick. So I went ahead and translated our lorem sample text all to English. It's not necessary that you do this, but I thought it'd be fun to do, so we could have like a translated version of our lorem text into various languages for our experimental web page. So I'm going to copy this text and place it within here. And let me just fix some of this formatting here. All right, so that looks good. Let's go back to our web page, refresh it, and we have another section that's dedicated to our lorem sample text translated into English this time, except it still doesn't really make sense in English, but you know, it's sample text. It really doesn't matter. All right, let's create perhaps one more section. How about another in Spanish? Oh, but we'll want to use the H3 tag. Then we'll put Spanish within here and use the H3 closing tag, and it's going to be the same process. Let's translate this to Spanish. I'll copy this and paste it. Again, it's not necessary, but I thought it'd be fun to do. And let me fix the tabbing on here, the spacing. Oops. All right, let's save this, refresh the page, and we have another section dedicated to Spanish. So it's a Spanish translation of our lorem sample text. If you need to indent something, there's better methods than this in CSS, but a basic way in HTML is to use the non-breaking space 4 times before whatever text that you want to indent. So I just placed this non-breaking space 4 times, and I'll put this before each section. Perhaps I'll give myself a little bit of room to make things more clear. All right, let's save this, refresh the page, and all of our paragraphs are now indented. Again, there's better ways to do this in CSS, but this is what we have to work with in HTML for now. All right, I would say that this is a decent web page for our very second lesson. There's still a few other things that we'll want to cover in the future, such as like fonts and coloring and pictures and whatnot. So what I'll do is that I'll post the code that I have in the comments down below. So feel free to look through those or copy these and change things if you want. They're meant to help you. And you know what? This website's starting to resemble a Wikipedia page, so I would say it's fairly neat and organized right now, so it's good that we get some of the fundamentals out of the way. And I think in the next lesson, we'll cover fonts so we can make our webpage a little more fancy and cool. But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started with comments and headings and spacing in HTML. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video, what I think we're going to do is cover text formatting in HTML. Let's get into it. So, change of plans. I said in the last video we will be covering fonts, but I'm thinking we will save that for later when we get closer to CSS. What I'll be doing for this video is teaching you guys some basic text formatting techniques. This will include formatting elements such as bold, italic, underline, and even marked, which can highlight text, which is pretty cool, I would say. So this will be a shorter lesson, and I will showcase many of the formatting elements that are actually available to you in HTML. So let's begin by adding some normal text to the screen here. So we'll say this is normal text. So do you know when you're conducting a science experiment, you usually have some sort of control which you don't actually perform any tests on or changes? This is kind of like our control. This will be just some normal text that's not formatted. So let's save this, refresh the page, and it just says this is some normal text here. But we'll probably also want to add a line break afterwards, just so we can move down to the next line as if we were hitting enter. So just type in BR within angle brackets, and based on the last lesson, that is the tag for a line break. So let's go down to the next line. We have the bold tag. So we'll say this is bold text. Now you put the letter B within angle brackets and surround whatever you want to be bold. So make sure you have an opening tag and a closing tag. So it says this is bold text. And then let's add a line break just because we want to go down to the next line. So let's save this, refresh the page, and it says this is bold text. And whatever we surrounded with the bold tag, this text is now bold compared to the rest of the text. And you can compare that to the normal text that we have at the top here. Whatever we have surrounded with the bold tags is now bold. And it's going to be the same process with italic tags too. So we'll say this is italic text. And then add a line break. All right, so then we will put I within angle brackets, and then we need to close this, save it, refresh the page. This is italic text. So are you guys starting to see a pattern here? I promise I'll cover some more interesting text formatting elements too. I have maybe about 10 or so to cover. So let's cover subscripts. So this is subscript text. So whatever you want to be a subscript, just type in sub within angle brackets. And on this line, the text is slightly smaller and it's moved down. There's also superscript. Think of it like an exponent. This is superscript text. And you're going to type in sup, like you're saying sup to one of your friends. So this is superscript text. So it's slightly smaller and it's like moved upwards. All right, then there is small text. This is small text. This one's fairly simple. You just type in small within angle brackets and then close it. This is small text. And guess what? There's also big elements. So big, this is big text. And then line break. Yep. And the word big is slightly bigger than the rest of the text. We also have inserted text. This is inserted. I can't spell. Inserted text. Then you type INS within angle brackets. So this will give it the appearance of being underlined. All right, there's also deleted text. So this is deleted text. Then you type in DEL within angle brackets. And this will put a line through the text that is deleted. Okay, and lastly, this one's my favorite. This is marked text. This is marked text. So we're going to put the word mark within angle brackets and then a closing tag. So what this will do is that this will highlight something as if you're using a highlighter, which I think is pretty cool. So you just use the mark tag for that. So with these text formatting elements, you'll want to be sure that you're also including a closing tag wherever you want the formatting to end, because look what happens if I forget to close the bold formatting tag. So I'm going to take that out, save it, and refresh this page. You can now see that everything where this tag started is now bold. So you want to be sure to put a closing tag wherever you want the effect of this tag to end. For example, we want it to end after this bold tag, but you can place this wherever you want. But I'm saying that if you forget to close it, the rest of the text that comes after this opening tag is going to be affected by it. So make sure to close these tags when appropriate. Actually, I'm curious as to what this looks like. What if I move the opening tag for the mark text formatting element to the very beginning and the closing at the very end? I wonder what this looks like. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Everything's highlighted. It's kind of like in school or college, if there's an entire paragraph that you have to highlight. This is kind of what that reminds me of. So that could have some uses. That's kind of cool. All right, well, that's some of the basics of text formatting elements in HTML. I'll post the code that I have in the comments down below. But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started with text formatting in HTML. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys how we can include links and images on our web pages using HTML. Let's get into it. So before we begin this lesson, you'll want to be sure to download a couple images, I would say 4 for good measure, and place them within the same folder that has your HTML file that you're going to be working with. So feel free to pause the video now and go and download a few images. To include links and images on our web pages, we first need to discuss attributes. All elements in HTML have attributes. Attributes provide additional information about an element that contains an attribute. They are used in the opening tags of an element and come in name-value pairs. So attributes are useful because we can provide links to web pages, we can include images, and even specify the styling of an element, but we'll save that part for CSS. So let's begin by creating an HTML link. So HTML links are defined with the A tag, and then you also need a closing tag for this as well. The next step is that we'll need some text to function as the link. So for example, let's say that we want to create a link that will take us to Google's homepage. Well, let's write some text that will actually take us there if we click on it. So we can say something such as, if you click on this, you will go to Google's homepage. Let's save this and refresh the page. All right, so currently this doesn't do anything if you click on it. So we need to give an attribute to the A tag that surrounds what's going to be our link. What the A tag does is that any text surrounded with a pair of A tags will function as a hyperlink that can link this text to another web page that you specify, but we need to specify what web page we want to link this to, and we can do that with the href attribute. So within the A opening tag, what we're going to do is type in href, and that's an acronym for hypertext reference, and we set this equal to whatever website we want to link this hyperlink to, and make sure to put this within double quotes. And within the double quotes, type in the address of the web page that you want this hyperlink to take you to. So it usually begins with HTTP or HTTPS, make sure you get it right, then : 2 : www. And then whatever the URL is for the web page they want to link this to. So if you want to link this to Google's homepage, we're going to type google.com. Let's save this. No, I don't want to purchase Sublime Text. Refresh the page, and then you can see that our hyperlink is now blue and underlined, and if we click on this, it will now bring us to Google when we click on it. Let's say that you want to change this hyperlink so that it opens a new window for you or a new tab instead of just going to the web page directly on the tab that you're currently on. Well, there's an attribute for that, and it's the target attribute. So within the A tag, the opening A tag, we're going to type target equals underscore blank. Let's save it, refresh the page, then we'll click on this, and this will open in a new tab then, or a new window. It really depends on the web browser that you're using. All right, so up next, I'm going to teach you guys how we can create a download link. So it's going to be the same process as before, but there's one more thing we need to add. So let me add a few line breaks just to give us some room. All right, so we'll need some sort of text to act as the link. So I will say download a meme. Let's download a meme. And then we need to surround this with A tags. So we need an opening tag and a closing tag. And then within the opening tag, we're going to say href equals, then double quotes. Okay, so you can either put the address of whatever you want to download within double quotes. If it's a file on your computer, you could put the file path here. Or if it's a file or a picture within the same folder of the HTML file, you can just put the file name here. Well, I have a picture that's within the same folder as my HTML file, so I'll just put the name of the file here. So feel free to pause the video if you want to download your own picture. So the file that I have named was meme.jpg. So make sure that's within the A tag. href equals whatever the name or the location of your file is within double quotes. And the next important step is to write the word download right after. All right, so let's save this, refresh the page. So it says download a meme. Then if we click on this, it's going to download the picture that I had. So this word download within the A tag is another attribute. So this is the name, and you can give it a value, and make sure to write this within double quotes as well. So this is the name of the file when it's downloaded, and you can name this whatever you want. So when somebody downloads your file, it's going to have this file name, whatever is within double quotes. All right, so that's enough for links in HTML. Let's move on to including images. So I'm going to add a few line breaks just to give us some room. All right, so there's a tag that we need to use to add a picture to our web page. It is the img tag, and this is a self-closing tag, so you don't need to add a closing tag to this. So within the img tag, you're going to type in src, which is short for source, then equals, then within double quotes, wherever this file is located. This can be a web address, this can be a file path on your computer, or if it's simply within the same folder of your HTML file, you can just write the name of the file here. So since the picture that I want to include is within the same folder as this HTML file, I'm just going to put the file name here. So I think this was named meme2.jpg. Let's save this, refresh the page. All right, here's the picture, but it's fairly massive. So there's actually a height and width attribute that we can include within the img tag to adjust the height and the width. So we'll adjust the height first. So we could say height equals, how about 250, and width equals 250. And these are within pixels. So let's save this, refresh the page, and you can see that it's a lot smaller and it now fits on the page. So one thing you might have noticed with this image is that it's fairly stretched, and there's one way we can actually avoid that. With the height and the width attributes, instead of placing pixels as the values, we can actually place a percentage here. For example, we could say height equals 50% or some other number, and we'll do the same thing with width. So let's save this and refresh the page, and our image is no longer stretched. So there's one other attribute that we can add to our image tag. It is the alt attribute. It's short for alternate. For some reason, if we can't display this image, we can display some alternate text. For example, if we can't display this image, the text "this is a meme" would appear, or whatever text we place within here. So for example, let's say I get this file extension wrong, and we'll say like XYZ, which doesn't exist here. So we'll save this, refresh the page, and it says with this alternate text, "this is a meme." But if we go back and save this, "this is a meme" doesn't display, or whatever else we put for our alternate text. So this is useful if for some reason somebody can't display an image. There'll be some alternate text that lets the user know what normally should be here. So just an important note with this height and width attribute for our image, it will actually resize depending on the size of the window it's currently in. So that's one advantage to using percentages for the height and width attributes. All right, guys, so up next, I'm going to show you guys how we can include an image that's somewhere else on your computer and not necessarily within the same folder as your HTML file. So what I'll do is actually copy this and paste it right underneath. And this is meme3, and it's located on my desktop. So we're going to put meme3 here. And what I'll need to do is find the file path for this. So I can just right click this, go to properties, and copy this location, this file path. All right, then I will put that within the source. So this is the file path for this. Then I just need to add a backslash, save this, and then let's refresh the page. There's the image that I was looking for. Let's include another image, but this time it's going to be a website URL. So we're going to make a image tag, and the source is going to be this, or find a picture online that you want to place here. You don't necessarily need to copy this. And then I'll set the height to perhaps 50% as well to match the others. Same with the width. And I'll set an alt. You don't necessarily need to. This is another meme. All right, let's save this. Let's refresh the page. And here is our last image. All right, so to finish up this video, I'll show you guys a cool trick of how we can have an image also function as a hyperlink when we click on it. So it's going to combine both things that we learned about in this video. So the first thing that we'll need to do is to include an image. So we'll use the image tag, and we need to set a source equals, then within double quotes, wherever this file or image is located. So for me, this last image that I want to use is within the same folder as my HTML file, and it's simply named meme4.jpg. And I will also set a height and width attribute. So we'll set this to 50% just to match the others. And we don't need to add an alt, but we can. And this is actually a picture of Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. But I misspelled it. All right, we're good. All right, so let's save this, refresh the page, and here's our last image. All right, now if we want to make this a hyperlink, we have to surround this with an A tag, a pair of A tags like we did for our links at the top of the page. So we're going to put this around our image. So we'll put the opening tag before the image and the closing tag after the image. And we need to use the href attribute within the opening A tag, and we will set a destination for our hyperlink to bring us to. And you can set this for wherever you want, but I think I want this to bring us to the Wikipedia page for the Lord of the Rings. So let's save this, refresh the page. And if I were to click on this image, you can see that the cursor is now a pointer finger when we hover over the image. And if we click on this, it will bring us to the Wikipedia page for the Lord of the Rings. And remember, if you want this hyperlink to open in a new window or tab within the A tag, you just use the target attribute, set it equal to _ blank. And this will open in a new tab or window. Well, that will conclude the end of this lesson. Hopefully you found this video useful, and that will conclude this topic on using links and images in HTML. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys all about making lists using HTML. Let's get into it. In this video, I'm going to explain 3 different types of HTML lists. They are unordered lists, ordered lists, and description lists. Each has their own specific tags. For example, unordered list uses a pair of UL tags for unordered list. Ordered list uses a pair of OL tags for ordered list, and description list has a pair of DL tags for description list. And then I'll give you guys a bonus at the end of how you can make a nested list, which is basically a list inside of a list, but that'll make more sense near the end of the video. Let's begin by creating an unordered list. So this is useful if you need to make a list and the order really doesn't matter. And I'm thinking a perfect example of us using an unordered list is a grocery shopping list. You don't need to buy items within a certain order on a grocery shopping list. So if we need to make an unordered list, we need to use a pair of UL tags. So we need a closing tag and an opening tag. All right. So for each item that you want to add to this list, you need to make a list item. So just type in LI, then the item that you want to add to this list. Let's say that we want to buy ingredients from the grocery store to bake a pizza. Well, one ingredient that we could use is dough or bread. So we could say bread dough. Work with me, guys, all right? So the next item we could add to the list is perhaps tomato sauce. And then make sure you close each of these list items as well. All right? And then let's add some cheese. So list item, cheese, and then let's close this. And how about one more list item? How about a topping? How about peppers? Personally, I don't like peppers on my pizza, but a lot of people do. All right, so let's save this, refresh the page, and here's our list. And by default, these are all bulleted. So that's pretty cool, right? You can also add a heading or title to this list. So let's use perhaps an H3 heading, and you need a closing tag for this. And we'll say grocery list. Let's save this, refresh the page, and it says grocery list. And notice that all the items in this list are indented. So before we get too ahead of ourselves, I'm just going to add a note in my HTML document that just states that this is an unordered list. So I'll post all the code that I have in the comments down below, so feel free to copy this. But I'm just going to leave a comment in case anybody's curious. Actually, having the name of grocery list probably wasn't the greatest idea, because I don't want to confuse anybody. Grocery shopping cart might have been better, but I'll just keep it. All right, guys, so there's a CSS style that I'd like to introduce to you guys at this level. I know that we're in an HTML tutorial and we're going to cover CSS later, but this is actually the perfect time to introduce a CSS topic involving designing lists and changing the bullet points. So don't tell anybody that I'm introducing some CSS topics at this level. Just keep it a secret between us, okay? All right, so if you want to change these bullet points to something else, you have a few options. So what you're going to do in the opening tag for the unordered list, type in style equals, and then you need a set of double quotes. And this is what we're going to type in within the double quotes, list dash style dash type colon. Now we have a few options to pick from. I'll show you the first. The first is circle. So all of these disks will become empty circles. Another is square. So let's save this, refresh the page, and all of these are now squares. You can also put none in here if you want no bullet points whatsoever, although I do prefer some sort of bullet points. And the original, by default, is disk. So that is the original bullet point that we had too. So that's the basics of an unordered list. Next, I'll show you guys ordered list, and it's going to be a similar process to this. So first, let's create a heading. So how about we create a heading such as a to-do list? And remember, with ordered lists, the order does matter. So I'll give you an example. Let's just create a title for this list. Actually, better yet, let's call this my to-do list. All right. So if we want to create a ordered list, you need to use the OL tag, which is short for ordered list. Then we need a closing tag. And it's going to be a similar process where if we want to add an item to this list, we need to use the li tag list item. So we need to type in li and add a closing tag. All right, so what's first on my to-do list for today? Well, personally for me, I need to record a YouTube video. Let's save this, refresh the page, and here's my to-do list, and it has number 1 by default for the first item in your ordered list. So remember that the order does matter. So let's create another item. So li for list item, and next on my to-do list is go work out. Then let's close this. And here it says number 2 on my to-do list is to go work out. And let's add one last one. li for list item. And the last thing on my to-do list for today is bake a pizza. Let's save this, refresh the page, and number 3 is to bake a pizza. Now, we also have the capability to change the markings for each of these list items within an ordered list. So what we'll do for the opening ordered list tag, we'll type in type equals, and then within double quotes, we have a few options. So we could say capital A, and this will change our list to the letters of the alphabet all capitalized. Otherwise, you can change this to lowercase a, save this, and all of these are now lowercase. There's also Roman numerals, so we can use capital I, and these are Roman numerals now. I forgot the name of this, lowercase I. These are, I believe, lowercase Roman numerals. Don't quote me on that, I can't quite remember. And the default is just 1, where you have basically a numbered list starting from 1. And you can also start from a different number as well. Let's say that you want to begin this list with the number 100 for some reason and count up from there. So what you'll do is within the opening OL tag, you'll type in start equals, and then within double quotes, the number that you want to start at. So if we want to start at 100 for some reason, we'll just type in 100 here, save this, refresh, and our first item in this list starts at 100, the number we specified, and each list item, this number will increment by 1 for each list item. And if you change type to a different symbol or numbering system, let's say that we go back to Roman numerals and save this and refresh the page, we have a different symbol for our Roman numerals, and I believe the letter C is 100, so this would be 100, 101, and 102. Actually, what would happen if we went back to the alphabet? I'm actually kind of curious. Oh, so you get double letters. That's kind of cool. But you know what? I don't like that, so let's go back to what we had originally, where type is just 1, and let's get rid of this start attribute here. But just so you know, you have the capability of starting at a certain number, or in this case, like Roman numeral or whatever you're using for your list. All right, so let's save that, refresh this, and we go back to our numbered list. So what I'm gonna do is just leave a note that says this is an ordered list, and we'll move on to description lists then. All right, so description lists. Sometimes they're also referred to as definition lists. Basically, it's a list of terms or items with a description for each specific item. So what we'll do is that we'll create another heading, and how about we create a list of web development languages, mostly because I kind of ran out of ideas. So what we'll type in here is web dev languages, then a closing tag. And then I'm going to copy this comment and change this to description list. All right, so with description lists, you need a DL tag, short for description list, and a closing tag. All right, so there's going to be one change compared to the other lists that we worked with. Instead of using LI for list item, what you're going to type instead is DT for description term or definition term, you might hear people call it, and then you need a closing tag as well for this. All right, so let's think of a few web development languages. we have HTML, we also have DT, then you need a closing tag, CSS, and then lastly, DT, JavaScript. Except I spelled it wrong. All right. Let's save this and check this out so far. All right, here is our heading, and then we have 3 items, 3 description terms within our description list. Now, if you want to add a description after each of these items in your description list, what you'll do after each pair of these DT tags is add another set of tags, the DD tag. No, that doesn't mean designated driver. It actually is short for description details, or sometimes known as definition details. So we'll type in a closing tag for this as well. So what we'll add in here is the description that we want to add for our HTML list item, so, or definition term. So what we'll type in here, you can type in whatever you want here basically, but I think I'll type in something that describes what HTML does. So I'll say adds structure to web page. Let's save this and see if it works. Yeah, and we have a description for this definition term or description term. So let's do the same thing for the other terms in our list, in our description list. So we'll type in DD for description details, and then for CSS, this adds style to web page. Then we need to close this. And then JavaScript, DD, then a closing tag, adds functionality to web page. All right, let's save this, refresh, and here we have a description for each term in our description list. So that's basically how description lists work. Okay, it's time for that bonus round. So these are the basic types of lists in HTML: unordered lists, ordered lists, and description lists. So there's a concept of a nested list, which is basically a list that's inside of another list. And you can apply this to any type of list. For example, I'm going to copy our unordered list, the grocery list, and I'll show you an example of a nested list. So what I'll do is change the description for unordered list to example of a nested list. Maybe I'll call this grocery list 2.0. All right, so let's say that I want to add a bunch of different toppings. So what I can do is that I'll change peppers to toppings. All right, so between the list item tags, I can actually create an entirely new list within these 2 list item tags. So I can do any sort of type of list here. So let's say I want another unordered list within here. Well, you can actually do that. So let me make a closing tag for this too. All right, so we have our list item for toppings, and then we're going to put tags for an unordered list between here. Then we're going to add some list items. So let's say that I want to add peppers for the first item. So let's check this out just to be sure it works then. So here, grocery list 2.0, we have bread dough, tomato sauce, cheese, toppings, and then we have peppers underneath our toppings category or list item. And you can see that it has a different type of marking or bullet point. So you can actually add a couple different list items and it will fall under this toppings list item. So we'll say perhaps mushrooms. Let's save this, try it out, and we have mushrooms, but I spelled that wrong. And how about we add pepperoni? I probably spelled that wrong too, but sue me. All right, let's save that, refresh the page, and we now have pepperoni. So basically a nested list is this concept of having a list that's already inside of another list. And this nested list doesn't have to be the same type as the list that it's contained within. For example, I could change this to ordered list, and this would work just the same. All of these open circles would become numbers then. So this video is becoming very long. I'll give you a super quick conclusion. You can create an unordered list, a ordered list, or a description list. You can use the UL tag, the OL tag, or the DL tag. And for each item within the list, you can use a list item tag to list it as an item within the list, except for the description list. You can use a DT tag, short for description term, and DD, short for description details. And then you can style these however you want to, depending on what you put within the opening tag for that specific list. And then a nested list is just a concept of having a list that's already inside of another list. So if you guys would like a copy of this HTML document, I'll post it as a comment and pin it to the top then. And if you guys are looking for practice or a project to work on, why don't you guys create your own unordered list, ordered list, description list, and an example of a nested list, and then post it in the comments down below. But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started using lists in HTML. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys how we can make a basic table in HTML. Let's get into it. I guess tables are used to display a table of information. It's useful if you need to organize some information in rows and columns. So before we begin, what I think we'll do for a project is we'll create a table of personal finances. So before we create that table, let's create a heading. Perhaps an H2 heading, because I think that's a nice size, and then let's close this. So we'll make a title such as Personal Finances. And if you're a baller, you can write like a $_ like you're seeing money. Otherwise, if you're broke like me, you can put a frowny face. The first step to creating a table is that we need a pair of table tags. So we'll make an opening table tag and a closing table tag. Everything related to our table is going to be between these two tags. The second step is that we'll want to create our first row, and we can use the TR tag, and that is short for table row, and you'll want to be sure to have a closing tag for this as well. Anything between these two tags will be included with the first table row, and we'll make a couple table rows, but let's begin with the first. If we want to have a heading for the first cell in your table, use the table heading tag. Otherwise, if you don't want this to be a heading, you can use the TD tag for table data. But let's say that for the first row, we want these all to be headings. We'll use the TH tag for table heading, and I'll show you the difference between each of these two tags. So what I think I'll do for the first cell in the first row of our table is that I will put the word month here, and then we need a closing TH tag. Let's save this, reload the page, and it says month. So we can add a few different cells within here. So let's create another table heading tag, and perhaps I will say January. Then let's close this, save this, reload, and it says January right next to month. So let's do this for a few months. So let's do February, TH, March, perhaps one more, April. All right, let's save this, reload. All right, and this is the first row in our table. Let's say that we want to add a second row. Well, we need to use the TR tags, a pair of them. And you'll want to be sure that you're adding this second pair of TR tags outside of the first. So let's create another table row. All right, so what I think we'll do is that we will list perhaps income on the second row. So I'll create a table heading, and I will list this as income, and then let's close this. Let's check this out. All right, so here is the first cell in our second row that says income. And let's add a few more cells just to populate everything after income for this row. So I'll just make up some numbers. So we don't want to use a heading, table heading. We can, but I don't think that's necessary for this part. So we can use the TD tag for table data, and I'll just make up an income. So how about we say $1,500. And then let's close this and let's see what this looks like. All right, and here it says $1,500. Let's populate the second row with a few other incomes, and I'm just making up numbers here. You don't have to copy this. You can come up with your own numbers too, or even use your own personal finances if this helps. All right, so I'll just make up a number, 1,750. So we'll make another set of table data tags, and perhaps I will say 1,250. Then how about a low number for April? $500. All right, let's save this, refresh. All right, and here the rest of our row 2 is populated with data. This table is becoming more difficult to read, and one way to make it more readable is to add a border around this table and between each of these individual cells of this table. So one way that we can add a border is that within the opening table tag, we're going to type border. We'll use the border attribute, and we'll set this equal to any number you want for the width of your border. 2 is a decent amount. You can either put 2 or 2px for 2 pixels. And let's save this, reload, and each cell within our table is now surrounded with a border. So this is more neat and organized. Now, one thing to notice with table headings and table data is that anything that's using the table heading tag is actually bold and it's centered. And with these table data tags, any text that's between these two tags is not bold and it's aligned to the left. So you can use either table headings or table data tags freely depending on how you want your table arranged. I feel like having anything within our first row or our first column as table headings wouldn't be a bad example, but you can use table headings and table data tags freely based on whatever you want for your table. You're not required to have table headings first for each table row, but create these tables however you want. All right, so let's create another table row. How about another for expenses? So we need to create a table row by using a table row tag, and then make sure to close this. And let's create a table heading, and we will put the text expenses, and then close this. Let's save this, reload, just to check this out. All right, we have another row, and the first cell in this row says expenses, but I'm going to add a colon here just to match the others. Okay, let's make up some expenses. We can use a table data tag to add some data to this, and I will make up some numbers. Perhaps 500. Then for the next row, how about 1,000? We spent a lot of money for February. You know, Valentine's Day. All right, then table data. Then we realized we spent a lot of money, so we're not going to spend as much this month. So perhaps 750. And then for the last month, we didn't make much money, so let's put a really low amount for expenses. We spent $150 this month. We were broke. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, I think I'll add a minus sign. All right, let's reload this. All right, here is our expenses for each of these months. Let's create another table row, perhaps one for savings. Like, what is our savings with income minus expenses? So let's create another table row. So we need to use the opening tr tag for table row and a closing one as well. Right now, we don't have any automatic ways of calculating what the sum of these two cells is, like it's an Excel spreadsheet. So I'm just going to do this by hand. So let's create a table heading, and we will call this savings. And we will close this table heading. And let's create a table data cell. And 1,500 minus 500 is 1,000. I'm just going to do the same thing with each of these columns. So table data. And for February, we saved $750. And for March, I think that is 500. And lastly, for April, we did not save much. We saved $350. All right, let's see what our completed table looks like. All right, there is our last row, savings, and these are our savings for each of these months. This black and white table is boring. Let's add some color. I'll show you how to do that. So within each of these table rows, let's say we want to color the first row. So go to the opening tag for the table row. And this is what we're going to type. BG color equals, and then pick a color. So pick whatever color you want. I think I will just say gray. Let's save this and refresh the page. All right, well, gray technically isn't a color, or is it? I don't know. But it's not white and black anymore, which is the point. Let's do the same thing with income. For the next opening tag of our next table row, we're going to type BG color, and you could pick a different color or the same one, doesn't matter. I think I will pick yellow, like it's gold or something. Let's save this, reload, and the second row in our table is now yellow. So let's do the same thing for expenses and savings. So BG color equals perhaps red, because we're subtracting money, it's negative. It's a bad sign. Then let's do the same thing for the last row. So BG color equals perhaps green. Save this, reload. Here is our artistic exhibit of our personal finances, colorized circa the year 2020 or so. But you know what? We can take this a step further. Let's change the background color of our table. So within the opening table tag, what we'll type is BG color equals, and then we can give this a new background color, perhaps black. Let's save this, reload, and the background of our table is now black. We can also give the individual cells in our table a specified minimum width and height using the width and height attributes. So for our month table cell, it's going to be this one right here. Within the opening table head tag, we'll write height equals, and this is in pixels, perhaps 10. And then width, we can say equals 75. So let's see what this looks like. And you can see that the dimensions of the month table cell, as well as with the other cells that come after it, all change to match the width of 75 and the height of 75. And you know what? I'm going to apply this to the others as well, just so that each of these cells in our table is more uniform. So I'm going to paste this in each of these table heading tags. So now all the cells in our table should be uniform then. So that's kind of nice then if you want everything to be of the same size. You can also apply the height and width attributes to the table as a whole as well. So we'll put that within the opening tag of our table. So let's specify a minimum height for the table. We'll say perhaps 150. Let's save this, reload, and the entire table now has a minimum height of 150 pixels. Now, you're not limited to just specifying the height and the width in pixels. You can also place a percentage here, and the percentage applies to the room available on the web page. So we could say width equals, you can place pixels here, otherwise you can place a percentage. Let's say that we want our width of our table to take up the entire web page, the entire width of the web page, that is. So we'll say width equals 100. Let's save, reload, and the width of the table now takes up the entire web page. And this is dynamic. If I were to change the dimensions of this web page, the table is also going to change dimensions as well. So the width will always take up 100% of the width of the web page. Lastly, for this topic on tables, and I promise that this is going to be the last one, there's an attribute called align, and you can align text in the space that's available to it. Let's say that we want to align some of these dollar amounts within our table. Let's start with income. So what we'll do is that we'll go to our table row opening tag, and we will use the align attribute. Now we can align text to the left, to the center, or to the right. But let's say that we want to align all of the text within this table row to the center. So we'll say align equals center, and then we will save this, reload the page. And all the dollar amounts within our income are center aligned now. So just to be consistent, I'm going to copy this and put this in the other table rows that we have. And voila, here is our completed table. And I would say that this is good enough for this beginner HTML tutorial. If you would like a copy of this HTML document, I'll copy all of this text and post it as a comment down below and pin it to the top. And if you're looking for additional practice or a project to work on, why don't you create your own table of your own personal finances? But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started creating tables in HTML. Hey, how's it going everybody? It's your bro here. And in this video, I'm going to teach you guys how we can include audio on our web pages using HTML. Let's get into it. Now, before we begin, if you want to follow along, you can download an MP3 audio file, or you can find one on your computer and use that, and place it in the same folder that contains the HTML document that you plan on working with. Just so you're aware, HTML5 only supports these audio files, MP3, WAV, and OGG. And WAV and OGG don't work on all different web browsers, but MP3 does, so you really can't go wrong with using MP3 audio files. If you need an MP3 audio file, YouTube does have a free audio library that contains music as well as sound effects. You can use whatever you want for your projects, websites, videos, whatever you need. So, you can browse through here and pick something that you like. I just so happened to find this song called Bro Time. So let's give it a listen. I like it mostly because of the title, and if you want to download it, just go to the right and click download. I'll include a link for this audio library in the description down below. Here's that audio file I downloaded. It's within the same folder that contains the HTML document that I plan on using. If you want to place this somewhere else, feel free to do so. I'll show you how you can include the file path when we start to link our audio files to our web pages. If you're all set, let's begin. The first step is that we need a pair of audio tags, and make sure to put this within the body of your HTML document. We're going to type audio. We need an opening tag as well as a closing tag. Let's save this and refresh the page. Nothing appears to happen quite yet. The next step is that within the opening audio tag, let's put the word controls and see what this does. So let's save, reload. And we now have this little control bar for our audio. It doesn't appear to do anything quite yet. Everything's disabled. There's a play button, some timestamps, and a volume bar. We need to list an audio file as a source for this. So between the audio tags, we're going to use the source tag. And within the source tag, we're going to type this, src equals double quotes. And then within the double quotes, type in the name of the audio file that you want to link to this. For me, I was using that title, brotime.mp3. Let's save this, reload, and look at that. Everything's filled in and no longer disabled. So let's play this and give it a listen. Yep, everything seems fine. So there's also a volume bar too, where you can mess with the sound. You can also mute it too, and you can see that it's still playing. Not all versions of web browsers support audio, so it's good to write a message within your audio tag that displays a message such as, your browser doesn't support audio. In case somebody's browser doesn't support audio, it's not going to display the audio controls or play the audio. It's just going to display this message that lets the user know that's viewing your web page that basically their browser doesn't support audio. Here's a scenario. Let's say that the audio file you want to use is someplace else on your computer or in a different location besides the same folder that contains your HTML document. For example, I moved that audio file to my desktop. Since we moved that audio file, it's no longer within that same folder that contains this HTML document, and it can no longer link this as a source. So we need to list the file path for where the audio file is located before the file name. So for me, it's currently on my desktop. So what I'm going to have to do, since this is in a different folder, I need to list the file path before this audio file name. So let's save this and see if it works now. And yes, it does. Here's a few tricks you can do with audio in HTML. Now, if we were to fast forward to the very end of the song, you will notice that it actually stops once the song is complete, right? In the opening audio tag, if we use the keyword loop within it, save this and then reload, this song, this audio file, is going to loop through continuously. Let's try it out. So I'm just going to fast forward. Bear with me. Yeah, and it started over again. Another option for our audio is that we can begin audio automatically being muted, so we can use the muted keyword within the opening audio tag. If we were to reload this page, the volume is already muted by default. And even if we were to hit the play button, it's still going to be muted. Lastly, for this topic, I'm going to teach you guys about autoplay. Now, I would actually not recommend using autoplay because if somebody visits your web page and they're in a quiet or private location, and then all of a sudden the web page that they're on just starts blasting audio or music, they're going to become fairly irritated. But I'm going to teach you guys how to do so anyways. Now, within the opening audio tag, just write the word autoplay within here. Now the audio will play regardless if the user wants it to or not. Autoplay doesn't work for some web browsers as well as mobile devices. If I were to save this and reload, I'm actually using Google Chrome. It doesn't appear to work on Google Chrome, so results may vary with autoplay. So what I'm going to do is open this HTML document with our old friend Internet Explorer. And I do have to allow blocked content. So you can see that this auto-played as soon as we got to this web page. I'm going to refresh this. And it just keeps on auto-playing. And if you want to be really annoying, just take out the controls for the audio, then you end up with some nice background music that the user cannot stop. Allow blocked content. Yep, and the user cannot stop this normally. Well, that's the basics of using audio in HTML. If you're looking for practice or a project to work on, I have an idea. Let's create perhaps some sort of music website like iTunes, but it's going to be the poor man's version of iTunes. In fact, I'm going to call it MeTunes. If you want to follow along with this, download or locate a few audio files and put them in the same folder as your HTML document or someplace else, but remember what the file path to get there was. And if you need some MP3 files to download, you can always go to YouTube's audio library, and here you have free music and sound effects that you can use. Here are the names of the audio files that I'm using. They're all MP3, City Night Lights, Bro Time, Block Party, and Beat Your Competition. If you have a few audio files picked out, you're ready to start then. So you can either clear out the document you're currently working on or start a new project. Let's create a title for this webpage, and this will be called MeTunes. It's the generic brand of iTunes. So I'm just going to type in MeTunes and use an H1 heading for this. All right, that's decent enough. I'm going to use a break line tag just so we can move down a line. Now, what I think I'll do is that I will include the song title before the actual controls for the audio player. So this first song that I'm going to be using is Bro Time. All right, and then I want the controls for the audio player to come right after this. So after my text, I'm going to use a pair of audio tags. So I want an opening audio tag and a closing audio tag. And I'm going to write the word controls within the opening audio tag. I think I'll move down a line after the title. Okay, I like that better. All right, now we need to use the source tag between the audio tags, and we need to list the source. So we'll say src equals double quotes, and then we need to place the name of the audio file that we want to use here. So for me, I was using bro_time.mp3. And then just in case somebody's web browser doesn't support audio, we should probably leave a message that says, your browser doesn't support audio. Let's see if this first one works. All right, that's good enough. So I'm going to organize this a little bit, and let's repeat the same process for each of these songs. So what I'm going to do is copy this and paste it, and then make a few changes. But I should probably add a break line after this, just to give us some room. Alright, so the next song that I plan on using is Block Party. So I'll create a title, Block Party, and this was block_party.mp3. It's basically the same thing as what we did up here. Alright, so here's our second song, and this is Block Party. Good enough. Alright, same process as what we did before. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, and the next song was called City Night Lights. And the source is citynightlights.mp3. Except for me, they were underscore between here. Here's the next song. Okay, let's add just one more, but you get the idea here. And the last song was called Beat Your Competition. So I'm going to change the title. And we need to list that audio file as the source. So beat_your_competition. Okay, this is the last song then. All right, good enough. But yeah, that is the generic brand of iTunes that we just made called MeTunes. It could use some work, but we're on our way. But yeah, that is everything you need to know to get started working with audio files in HTML. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here. And in this video, I'm going to teach you guys how you can add videos to your web pages using HTML. Let's get into it. Before we begin, you're going to want to download a video, or you can find one on your computer that you want to use and place it within the same folder that contains the HTML document that you plan on working with. Before I forget, here are the file types that HTML5 currently supports: MP4, WebM, and OGG. If you don't have a video to use, I would recommend looking on your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram. You've probably posted a video at some point in your lifetime, and you can always download those too. So if you have a video picked out, place it within the same folder that contains your HTML document that you plan on working with. The video that I'm going to be using is that I was in Tokyo, Japan some time ago, and there were some people go-karting on the streets, and they were dressed as characters from Mario Kart 64. So this is the video I'll be using. I'll be honest, I was geeking out when I saw that because I'm a huge Nintendo nerd. If you have a video picked out, then we're ready to begin. Now we need to create a pair of audio tags between the body tags of our HTML document. So we're going to say video, and then we need a closing video tag. If you watched the last video on audio, it's going to be a very similar process. So what we're going to do in the opening video tag is type in the word controls. Let's see what we have so far. I'm going to save and reload. Now we have the controls for a video, but this isn't linked to any video, so we'll need to do that. So between the video tags, we need to create a source tag, and within the source tag, we're going to type src equals double quotes, and within the double quotes, we're going to type the video file that we want to add to the video controls. And the video that I picked was called go_carts.mp4. So let's save this and reload. All right, here's that video. However, it's massive. And we know it's working. We can actually go to the opening video tag and we can use the height and the width attribute to change the dimensions of this video. And I'm just going to make up something. We'll say height equals, let's say 250, and width equals 250. Let's save this, reload the page. All right. Here's the video. It's a lot smaller. However, we have all this blank space underneath the video, so the dimensions aren't exact. With how we currently have the height and width attributes set up, these are measured in pixels, and if we were to change one of these attributes, let's say that we change width to 650, let's save this and reload. Now we have all this white space on the left-hand side as well as the right-hand side of our video, and if we want to get rid of that white space, we need to make sure that we're increasing our height by a proportionate amount depending on what our ratio is for this video. But you can see that this would be somewhat annoying. So another option, instead of using pixels for our width, we can also give a percentage. Let's say that we want to have the width of our video take up the entire screen. Well, we can say 100%. So let's save this and reload. That's a little bit better, but let's eliminate the height now. So we'll just say width 100. These dimensions seem a lot better. There's no white space within that video player, and the ratio is exactly what it needs to be for the best quality. And with this width attribute, since we gave a percentage, this actually makes our video dynamic in case we resize our web browser. Here's an example. And you can also change the percentage. If we were to place 50 here instead of 100%, this video will take up 50% of the width available to it within the web browser. And like I said before, that's also dynamic. So feel free to adjust the height and the width attributes of your video depending on what you need for your website. At this point, I'll be covering a few keywords that you might be interested in adding to the opening video tag. So if you add the loop attribute, this video will loop continuously. So I'm just going to mute it because it can get kind of annoying after a while. But you can see that it just keeps on restarting over. You can also have a video be muted by default. Just add the muted keyword. And let's reload this. Alright, so when we hit play, you can see that the volume is off, it is muted, and we can turn this back on. Lastly, we will be discussing the autoplay attribute. So to add autoplay to a video, type in autoplay within the opening video tag. And just so you're aware, this might not work on all web browsers, and it doesn't work on mobile devices from what I've read. Now, just make sure this autoplay attribute is added to the opening video tag if you want this video to start automatically when somebody visits your page. And you can see that every time I refresh this page, the video just starts over again. And one thing to make sure of is that if you have a video with autoplay, just as a common courtesy, you'll want to be sure to make this video muted, because if somebody visits your website and you have the video play automatically, you'll want to be sure that it's playing without sound, because the user might be in a place that's private or quiet, and you don't want this video blasting sound as soon as they visit your web page. So if you use the autoplay attribute, just make sure you also make it muted as a common courtesy. Oh, and one cool thing you can do, if you want some sort of background video that the user can't interact with, one thing you can do is take out the controls. So let's see what this does. So we'll save, refresh, and we can no longer interact with this video. So this might have some uses too. Well, that will conclude this topic. I will post the code that I have in the comments down below and pin it to the top if you would like a copy for yourself. But yeah, that is how to include a video on a web page using HTML. What's up everybody, it's your bro here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys how to create buttons using HTML. Let's get into it. Buttons. Maybe you've heard of them. You push them and they do something. What will they do? That is yet to be determined. So in this video, I'm going to teach you guys how we can create buttons on a web page using HTML. Now, the first step, within the body tags, you use a button tag. And then we also need a closing button tag. Let's save this, reload the page. Look at our teeny tiny little button here that doesn't say anything or do anything. Now, between the two button tags, we can add some text. Like we can say, click me. Let's save this, reload the page, and the button now has some text. There's a few other things we can do too. We can add a name to this button. So we'll say name equals, within double quotes, perhaps simple underscore button. We can also add a type to this button. So type equals double quotes, and we will just put button here. If we're only using HTML, our buttons aren't going to do much. We need a language such as PHP or JavaScript that add functionality to web pages. But I have a few tricks up my sleeve, so don't worry, I'll show you a few things. Now, there's 3 different types of buttons we'll be covering. We have the plain vanilla button, we can create a submit button, and a reset button. So it's going to be a very similar process to what we did above. We'll need an opening button tag and a closing button tag. And we can add some text like submit. And we can add a few things to the opening button tag, such as a name. So name equals, then within double quotes, we can create a name such as submit underscore button. And we can add a type. Type equals, double quotes, then submit. And I know these buttons aren't going to be functioning right away, but you can also add a value. And this will be more useful for JavaScript and PHP, but you can say value equals, then within double quotes, submit. And later on, in future lessons perhaps, this will be functioning as a actual submit button that will submit information. Let's save, reload, and here's our submit button. Now let's create a reset button. It's going to be very similar to this, and honestly, I'm just going to copy this to save time. So we will change submit to reset. Name, reset button. Type, reset. And then value, reset with a capital R. Let's save and reload. We now have a reset button. There's not much functionality that we can add to these buttons since we only know a little bit of HTML. For example, the reset button will allow you to reset a form, and when we get to the lesson on forms, this reset button will come more into play. The submit button will probably want to know a backend language such as PHP, where we can actually submit information, and the plain vanilla buttons can really be used for anything, and they're very useful with a language like JavaScript, which adds functionality to a web page. At the very least, you can add buttons to some place on your web page if you know later on that you'll need a button to perform some sort of function. But in the meantime, I'll show you a few tricks that you can do with buttons only using HTML. Here's a few tricks that are available to us. I'll teach you guys how to create a disabled button. So it's going to be the same process as before. We'll need an opening button tag and a closing button tag. And let's write some text on this button. Perhaps the word disabled. Let's save this, reload. And we have a button that says disabled. But to actually make it disabled, within the opening button tag, we're going to type in this attribute, disabled. Let's save, reload, and we can no longer click on this button. You can see that it's somewhat gray and faded. Now let's create a button that has autofocus. Basically how autofocus works is that when this web page loads, this button is going to be highlighted automatically. So I'm going to write the word autofocus on this button. Let's save, reload. Okay, that's a good place to start. And within the opening button tag, we're going to write autofocus. And then we don't necessarily need the equal sign, and I'm just going to make that lowercase. Let's save, reload. All right, now see with this button, it's highlighted blue, so we're already selecting it. And if we were to click on a different button, it's no longer focused. But if we reload this, you can see that it's focused again. There's another attribute called onClick, and when we click on a button, we can do something such as create an alert that pops up on our web page. Now it's the same process as before, where we need an opening button tag and a closing button tag. And let's write the word alert on here. Let's save, reload. Here's our button. Within the opening button tag, we're going to use the onClick attribute. Then we need a set of double quotes. And within the double quotes, there's a few steps. We need to write alert, then a set of parentheses, and then a set of single quotes within the parentheses. And within here, we can type our message that displays when we click on this button. So I'm going to type in, you clicked on a button, OMG. Okay, let's save, reload. Here's our alert button, and when we click on it, we get this message that says, you clicked on a button, OMG. Okay, I have an idea. This will be a fun one. Let's create a button that will bring us to a web page when we click on it. So, same process as before, opening button tag and a closing button tag. Let's go to Google's homepage. So, we'll make a Google button. All right. Now, we'll need to use the A tag outside of this button. Actually, there's a few different ways you can do this, but I think this is the most simple. So A, href equals double quotes. Then we need to type in Google's address, so https://www.google.com. Then I just need to close this. So we'll put the closing A tag outside of this. All right, let's save this, reload. We now have a Google button. And if we click on the Google button, we are brought to Google's homepage. All right, I had a stupid funny idea. I created a bro code button, and when you click on this button, it brings you to the bro code YouTube webpage. In fact, I think all web pages should have a bro code button, but that's just me. All right, we've made it to the last button, and I promise that this will be the last one in this video. Now, we can customize the appearance of a button using CSS. I know, we're in an HTML tutorial, but it wouldn't be a bad time to begin to easily transition into CSS because I'm assuming you probably want to learn that after HTML. And honestly, there's no better time to teach you guys how to customize a button than right now. So I'm going to teach you some CSS anyways. Let's add a few break lines just to give us some room to work with. And you know the drill, we need to create an opening button tag and a closing button tag. And let's write some text on this button such as CSS style. Save, reload. All right, here's the button that we're going to customize. And to use some simple CSS style, we're going to go into the opening button tag and type in style equals double quotes. And there's a few things we can add. Let's start by changing the background color of the button. So we're going to type background dash color colon, and then we can add a particular color. You can also do this in hexadecimal if you know how that works. I actually have a color picked out already that I liked. It was 97F7CC, and then add a semicolon. I promise I didn't remember that. I actually have a cheat sheet here. So let's save this, reload, and you can see that the coloring of the button is now different. It's like a seafoam green. Next, let's change the font color, and you'll want to be sure that you're typing this within the double quotes still. I'm actually going to go to the next line, and I'm going to type in color, colon, then hashtag, and then I have another color picked out, and this is also in hexadecimal. It was 0DB46A. Then add a semicolon. And don't worry too much if you don't understand the exact process of how hexadecimal works. You can always go to Google or some other search engine and just look up hexadecimal color picker. And here you can just pick a color that you like. And if there's a particular color that you do like, you can just copy this value here and then paste it for whatever color that you need. And I think this is more of like a blue color, so, let's try that instead. All right, so I'm going to save this, reload, and the font color is that new hexadecimal value that we placed within here. It's like a light blue color. And there's a few other things we can add here too. So we have the background color, the font color, font size. So font dash size, colon, perhaps 18 pixels. All right, and then semicolon, let's save this, reload, and the font size of the text on the button is bigger, and that also increased the size of the button as well. And one more, we can change the font type. More specifically, it's the font family, colon, and then I'll pick just monospace. You'll have to experiment with different fonts to see what you like, but this one can work for now. So we'll save, reload, and the font on our button is now different. But yeah, that's just a few fundamentals of CSS and how we can apply that to buttons. Well, that's the basics of adding buttons to a web page using HTML. Unfortunately, there's still much more we need to learn to actually get these buttons to function. Remember that with HTML, we add structure to a web page. Languages like JavaScript, PHP, they add functionality to a web page. So buttons will become more prevalent, and we'll actually need to reuse some of this that we've learned. But yeah, if you're looking for a copy of this, I'll post the code that I have in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that's everything you need to know to get started working with buttons in HTML. Hey, it's your bro here. Hope you're doing well. And in this video, I'm going to teach you how to create a form using HTML. Let's get into it. The form element is used to collect user input from a visitor to your site. This can be anything from personal information to surveys, payment info, etc. There are different form input elements such as text fields, radio buttons, drop-down lists, checkboxes, and there's even a form element for a submit button, just like we covered in the last video. So let's get started. The first thing that we're going to do is use a pair of form tags. So we need an opening form tag and a closing form tag. Usually on an HTML form, there's an action attribute that you may find within the opening form tag, and this defines the action to be performed when the form is submitted. The data from the form may be sent to a page on the server when the user clicks on some sort of submit button. There might be a PHP file or some other script within the action attribute that the form sends data to. It might be a file such as do_something.php, or it might be named something like action page, something or other, but I like do_something.php. So we won't be doing much with the action attribute in this lesson, but we might cover it in a different tutorial. Okay, let's create a text box for somebody to enter in their first name. Let's create a prompt or a label that says first name, and let's see what this looks like. All right, so then what I'm going to do then is that we're going to use the input tag, and this is a self-closing tag, and we're going to use the type attribute and set this to text. So this will place a text box when we use the type text attribute and set this to text. Now, there's one trick, and it's called using a label. So sometimes people might have difficulty with clicking on the text box. So one thing that we can do is that with our label, well, text that is functioning as a label, there's actually a label tag that has some benefits. So what we're going to do is take our first name and surround this with a pair of label tags. And I'll show you what this does in just a moment. All right, so then what we're going to do is in the opening label tag, we're going to type for equals, and then we need to come up with an ID for our input. And we could say something such as first_name. Now we'll want to create an ID for this text box, and we'll have it match whatever we placed for the for attribute. So first_name. So this label and this text box are now linked, but you have to make sure that these have the same name. So this ID has to match whatever the for label has. And an added benefit of this is that if we click on first name, it's going to place our cursor within the text box. So that's kind of a nice feature too. The ID attribute is the client-side identifier mostly used for CSS and JavaScript to uniquely identify this specific element. And there's also another attribute called name. So let's create that here. And with the name, a common practice is to set the ID and the name to be the same. So I'm going to type in first_name. So the name attribute is used during form submission to post or get the values that we submit when we hit some sort of submit button. So this is only used when we're using a server-side language such as PHP or a few other languages out there. While the ID and the name attributes really aren't required for this tutorial, it would be good practice just to become familiar with them as you advance your skills. Then you know what these things are then. Well, now we have a text box where we can enter in our first name. So let's do the same thing for a last name. And honestly, I'm just going to add a few line breaks, and then we can copy and paste this. And we can change a few things. So we're going to change any instance of first name to last name. So last name, and we'll change the ID to last name and the name to last name. Let's save, reload, and we now have a box for a last name. Now with these text boxes, we can add a placeholder if we want to let the user know what kind of format that we want them to enter their user input in. So for example, let's use the placeholder attribute, and we can set this equal to some default value, And the text that's going to appear within the text box is going to be like gray and faded. So let's come up with a first name. I like the name SpongeBob. And then let's do the same thing for the last name input box. And I will pick a last name of SquarePants, but you don't have to pick the same thing I do. You could always pick like John Smith or something. I just want this to be entertaining. All right, so then within the text box, it says SpongeBob SquarePants. It's like some sample text. And if we were to click on this text box and enter something in, this would actually disappear until we clear out the text box. Then it goes back to our sample text. So this is useful if you want to let the user know what kind of format that we want them to enter their information in. So it's useful for like phone numbers or email addresses, stuff like that. Let's create a few buttons. Does that sound good? But I'll add a few line breaks. So there's another option to create buttons on a form, and that's by setting the type attribute of the input element to either reset if you want a reset button or submit if you want a submit button. So let's create an input element, and we're going to use the type attribute and set this to reset. Let's save, reload. We now have a reset button. So let's type in some text. So I'll make up a first name and a last name. So if we were to hit this reset button, it's actually going to clear out this form for us, which is pretty sweet. Let's do the same thing and create a submit button. So I'll add a few line breaks. We'll use the input element and we'll set the type equal to submit. Let's save, reload. We now have a submit button. So with the submit button, if we were to click on this HTML file is going to send the information from this form to whatever page is listed within the action attribute of your opening form element. So you might have some sort of file here like do something.php or some other action page. So let's refresh this and actually attempt to send some information and see what happens. So I'm just going to send a first name and a last name and hit submit. So this is going to attempt to send this information to this page on the server, but we don't currently have anything set up though. But that's how you would actually submit information from a form. So that's the basics of forms. If you want to continue, I'll show you a few other different input methods for forms. And I've already went ahead and made a few labels for stuff that might be related to form submission, such as like a title, payment type, email, birthdays, phone numbers, passwords, stuff like that. So if you're interested, let's begin. I'll include timestamps in the description if there's anything or any type of input that you'd be interested in. Let's begin by creating some radio buttons for a title, and by title I mean like Mr., Mrs., Doctor, titles like that. So let's create a few labels to begin. So label for equals, and then perhaps the first one will be Mr. Then let's add some text to the screen, so we'll just put the text Mr. on here, and then close this label. Then we'll copy this and paste it a few times, perhaps 4. And we'll make the second label for Mrs., the third one for Miss, and then we got to change the text to, and PhD. And we can probably stop there, even though there's many more titles. PhD. Let's save this, reload. All right, so we want to add a radio button after each of these options. So we're going to be adding an input element after each of these specific labels. So let's begin with Mr. So we're going to set the type equal to radio for radio button. We're going to set the value equal to Mr. And then we want to set the ID equal to whatever we have within the for attribute so it matches. So Mr. as well. So there's one other attribute that we want to add, and it's that name attribute. But first, I want to show you what happens if we don't have the name attribute set up. So we're going to be adding that in just a moment. So what I'm going to do is copy this and paste it underneath each of these specific labels, and we'll make a few changes. So we have the Mr. radio button set up. So let's do the same thing for Mrs. We're just going to be editing some of these fields. We need Miss and PhD. Okay, let's save this, reload the page, and we now have a radio button after each of these titles, but take a look to see what happens if we select more than one. We can actually select all of these, and with radio buttons for each group, you only want to be able to select one of these. Selecting one will deactivate any others, so we need to add a name attribute, and each group of radio buttons needs to have the same name. So I will give this name, perhaps title. So I'll copy this and paste this name attribute into each of these input elements so they each have the same name, so they're all within the same group. So let's save this, reload, and when we select a radio button, it actually deselects any others that are selected, so we can only select one then. Let's move on to drop-down menus, and this would be perfect for some sort of payment where we can click a drop-down menu and select a payment type. So I already created a payment label. So the first thing we're going to do is use the select tag, and we're going to set the ID equal to perhaps payment. And then we need to set some options, but we also need a closing select tag, and all the different items within the drop-down menu are going to be within these pair of select tags, and we have to add options. So we're going to have an opening option tag and a closing option tag for each of these available options. So for the first value, we'll use the value attribute and set this perhaps to Visa, like you can pay with the Visa credit card. And let's add some text. So we'll just say Visa. So let's save this, reload the page, and we now have a drop-down menu, but it only has one option, so we want to add a few others. So I'm going to copy this, paste it a few times, and change a few things. 4 is a good amount. Perhaps the second value can be a MasterCard. And we'll change the text as well. And then for the third option, perhaps a gift card. So make sure to change it within the value attribute and the text as well. Gift card. And lastly, perhaps a check. So change the value and the text. Let's save, reload, and we now have a drop-down menu with a few options, and we can select one of these for our payment. Let's create an email field. So we're going to use the input element, and we're going to set the type equal to email, the ID equal to email, and the name equal to email. Let's save, reload the page, and we now have a field where we can enter in our email. We can also place a placeholder as well. So we'll use the placeholder attribute and set this equal to some default text that will display within here. So for our default text, our placeholder for our first name and last name, it was SpongeBob SquarePants. So perhaps I'll make a false or fake email address based off of that. So squarepants at uses gmail.com. Let's save, reload the page. Now somebody can enter in their email. If we attempted to write in an email that didn't contain the @ sign, this would actually yell at us then. So I'll just type in the word fake.com and we'll attempt to submit this. And we have this little warning message that says, please include an @ sign in the email address. So let's actually add the @ sign, and I'll just make up a fake email. So fake@gmail.com, and then only then can we actually submit this form to have some sort of server page process this information. So that's a way of error checking. If you have an email field set up, it will actually prompt the user to enter in a valid email that has that @ sign, which is pretty cool. Let's cover the date input type, and this would work perfect for a birthday or a birth date. So after our label for birthday, we're going to use the input element and set the type equal to date, the ID equal to birthday, and the name also equal to birthday. Let's save, reload the page, and we now have this input element for like a year, month, and day. There's also a drop-down menu too if you want to select something as well. And you can also add a minimum or maximum value to the dates you can select. For example, let's say that we want to limit the latest date that we can select. So we'll use the min attribute and set this equal to perhaps January 1st, 2000. So 2001-01. So let's save this, reload, and we can only go so far back now, all the way to the year 2000. So that's the latest date. So you can keep that in or take it out if you want, but you have options based on what you want to do. With the number type, this would be perfect if you're setting up some sort of online shop and you need to select a quantity, like how many of something do you want to buy? How many t-shirts do you want to buy? So we can set a quantity. So we'll use the input element, set the type equal to number, and we want our ID to match our for attribute, so quantity, and we'll need to set a name, and we'll set this equal to quantity. Let's save, reload, and we now have an input box for an amount, but there's really no limit on here. Like, we can buy like these many of something, and a user could also buy a negative amount of something. Like, for example, they could buy negative 10 t-shirts and you'd probably end up giving them money or something. So you'd probably want to limit the quantity. So in order to do that, within the input element, we're going to use the min attribute and set this equal to perhaps 0. Like, they want to buy 0 for the minimum amount, and maybe max, we can set this equal to maybe 99. So let's save, reload the page, and we cannot go below 0, nor can we type in a number bigger than 99 and successfully submit it. It says value must be less than or equal to 99. So if we were to type in 99, which is actually the max, then submit it, this would work then. You can also set a default quantity, like for example, use the value attribute and set this equal to 1. So by default, you're going to have a quantity of 1 in case somebody's like checking out something in an online shop. They'll end up buying at least one item, but they can increase this if they want. Telephone numbers, we'll use the input element, and we're going to set the type equal to TEL, which is short for telephone. We'll set the ID equal to phone, and the name equal to phone as well. Let's save, reload, and we can now input a phone number. Let's create a password field. So we'll type this in after the password label, input type equals password, the ID equal to pass. I guess password works. I already wrote pass and I don't feel like changing it now. And name also will be pass. Let's save this, reload, and we now have a password field. All the text that we add within here is bulleted, but there's really no limit to the amount of characters we can add to this password. So we can actually limit this. So let's say that we want the max length of the password to be perhaps 12 characters. First, let's just add a note after that lets the user know that max is 12 characters. So max 12 characters. All right. Within the input element of our password field, we're going to use the max length attribute, and let's set this equal to 12. Let's save, reload, and let's attempt to type in more than 12 characters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that's our limit, so we can't type in anymore. So that's a good way to limit user input for a password field. Hang on, because we're almost finished. We are on the range input data type. So this works like a slider. Think of like the star system when you rate somebody. It's like on a scale. This one isn't as pretty though. You can do some designing with CSS and whatnot, but we're going to use the input element and set the type equal to range. And let's see what this appears like. All right, so we have this sliding scale here, but let's say that we want to add some numbers to this, like maybe a number before this and after this. So we're going to add some text right next to this input type. Let's pretend that we want to rate somebody's service between 1 and 5 stars. So before and after this slider scale, we're going to add 1 before this range, and then 5 after this. So let's save, reload, and we now have a slider bar between a certain range. However, there's perhaps 100 different positions that this slider can be in. So let's say that we want to limit that. We can actually set up some steps. So we'll use the step attribute, and we can set this to some value that is preferably divisible by 100. Let's say that we want 5 different steps. Well, we'll actually put 25 here, and this is the reason why. So each notch or step in this slider bar will actually count as 25, but we always count 0 as well. So if we set the step equal to 25 positions, we'll end up with 5 different stars, 5 different positions. So let's just count this to test it out. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like we intended. However, if you made this 20, we would actually end up with 6 different positions then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even though 100 different positions divided by 20 is still 5, we always count 0 though with that. And with this range input type, you can also set a default value. So let's set the value equal to 100. So when we reload the page, our rating is already at 5 stars and we can lower this. Otherwise, we can change this to a different number like 50. And it would end up being right in the middle. So you can also place a default value for your sliding scale as well. Checkboxes are very simple, and a perfect example of us using a checkbox would be for some sort of subscribe button. So under my subscribe label, we're going to use the input element again and set the type equal to checkbox. Then the ID equal to subscribe, because that's what I decided the 4 attributes going to be for, and the name also set to subscribe. All right, let's save, reload, and we now have a checkbox next to our subscribe label that we can check on or off. Okay, I promise this is the last one. We can use the file input type to upload a file to a server page. So I have the upload a file label, and we're going to use the input element and set the type equal to file and the ID equal to my file, because I already wrote that, and the name also equal to my file. Let's save, reload. Okay, so we can now click this button to upload a file, and let's click this button, choose file, to upload a file. Okay, well, here's a folder where I'm keeping some related HTML files. Let's say that we want to upload this test Excel file. So we'll click open, and this file is now uploaded. Now, if you want to limit the types, the file extensions of what files you can upload, you can actually use the accept attribute. So we'll say accept, and then we'll place perhaps .txt, like we only want to upload plain text files. So let's try this one more time then. So let's save, reload the page, and I'm going to choose a file again within the same folder. And here we only have that test file now, the plain text file. So before you could see that HTML file and that Excel file, but now we can only upload the file type that we specified, which was plain text. So then we can just upload that, and then, we can submit this then. But yeah, that is pretty much all the basics for using forms in HTML. I'll post all the code that I have in the comments down below. But yeah, those are the basics of forms in HTML. Hey, it's your bro. I hope you're doing well. And in this video, we're going to be discussing meta tags in HTML. Let's get into it. Meta tags are used for metadata, which is information about data. Think of it as data about data. That's why it's called metadata. We place meta tags within the head of our HTML document. So if you're following along, make sure you place these meta tags within the head of your document and not the body. So metadata has some uses for search engines and web browsers and a few other benefits. Metadata lets these entities and your web browser know what your web page is about and what kind of content it contains. There's other uses of meta tags too that allow us to control the viewport, which is the visible area of a web page when you switch devices, such as if you're viewing a page on a mobile device or a tablet. Meta tags will give the browser instructions on the dimensions of your page when it's displayed on a mobile device or if it's displayed on a laptop or a desktop. So let's cover a few of the basic meta tags, and we're going to be placing these within the head of our document. We're going to type in a set of angle brackets, and we're just going to type in meta within the angle brackets. And this is a self-closing tag, so you don't need a closing tag after this. The first thing that we're going to cover is an attribute called char set. So we're going to set char set equal to something. And what this char set does is that this will let the web browser know which character set we are using. These would be character sets such as ASCII, ANSI, and Unicode. If we would like to use Unicode, which covers most characters and symbols that exist in pretty much every written language, we can use the char set attribute and set this to Unicode, which is UTF-8. And this covers things such as kanji characters, different symbols. Pretty much you can't go wrong, even if you have like a document in plain English. You can't go wrong with just throwing in a meta tag that has char set to Unicode. Let's move on from character sets and make another meta tag. Another meta tag attribute is the name attribute. And if we set name to keywords, we can define some keywords about our web page for search engines like Google or Bing to identify. So let's set some keywords. We'll use the content attribute. So we'll say content, and then let's just describe what our web page is about using a few words. So if this, for example, the video you're watching right now is an HTML tutorial on the YouTube page called Bro Code, perhaps we'll put some keywords in here such as HTML. We can separate these with a comma. Maybe tutorial, Bro Code, then maybe YouTube. I guess that works. So these are like keyword search terms. Think of it like that. And depending on what you place in here, that might help with your rankings for search engines. But they basically describe what your web page is about in just a few words. Let's create another meta tag. And this is going to be similar to what we had previously. We're going to use the name attribute, but this time we're going to set this to description. All right. And then we will use the content attribute. And now we can add a full description about this web page. And you can type in perhaps like a whole sentence. So for my example, I'll type in Bro Code HTML tutorial for beginners. That should be good enough. So you can give a description about your web page too, and search engines can actually pick up this stuff and learn what your web page is about then. Let's create another meta tag. And this time we're going to use the name attribute, but this time we're going to set this to author so we can list an author for this web page. So we'll use the content attribute for this, and I'll just make up a name. So bro, and then I'll make up a last name, Washington. So you can set an author for this web page. It's a fairly simple meta tag and a fairly simple attribute. This next one is going to be a little complex. We can set the viewport, which is the visible area of a web page, depending on which device is being used to view the page. If you're using a mobile device such as a tablet or a phone, you want to be sure that the dimensions will fit on your device so that the dimensions and the scaling will adjust to accommodate that specific device. So follow me. This is what we're going to type. So within a meta tag, we're going to set the name equal to viewport. All right. Then we'll use the content attribute. And then within here, this is what we're going to type. Width equals device dash width, comma, initial dash scale equals 1 or 1.0. All right. So what this does is that these are instructions for the web browser to change the scaling and dimensions to appear to match the device you are using to view that web page, and the initial scale is set to 1 or 1.0. That will set the zoom level when the page is first loaded. So if you would like your web page to be more easily readable on mobile devices, you'll want to be sure to include this meta tag. All right, I have one more for you guys. You can also set a meta tag that will refresh your web page automatically after so many seconds. This is what we're going to do that. We'll use a meta tag, and within here, we're going to type HTTP EQUIV. All right, and we're going to set this equal to refresh. Next, we're going to set the content equal to how many seconds that we want our web page to refresh. I'm going to pick something ridiculous like 3. Like I want this web page to refresh every 3 seconds. I wouldn't normally recommend this, but it's going to work for our demonstration. So I'm going to save this and reload the page. But, we're not seeing anything currently. You might see like a blip every once in a while. So I'm just going to start adding some text here, maybe some headings just to prove that this is refreshing. So perhaps I'll just write test, and I'll put this within a h1 tag, and I'll save this. You can see that it just popped up. I don't even have to refresh the page. And I'm just copying and pasting this and saving it. And it's refreshing every 3 seconds or so. So yeah, that's what you can do to have a web page refresh. You just use this attribute, set it to refresh, and then set the amount of seconds that you want this web page to refresh after these many seconds. Please do not put 3 here. Pick a higher number because that's going to be really annoying if your web page refreshes every 3 seconds, but it works just for this demonstration. So that's the basics of metadata. It's information about data. There's still way more meta tag attributes that are out there, but these are a few of the basics, just enough to get you started. And that is how meta tags work in HTML. Hey, it's you bro. I hope you're doing well. And in this video, we're going to be covering some basic coloring techniques using the style attribute in HTML. Let's get into it. The HTML style attribute is an inline attribute that contains some information about how to style a whole or part of a web page. This is going to be more of a hybrid HTML/CSS topic because it's about time we begin to pivot towards learning CSS since we're nearing the end of this HTML tutorial series. We're only going to be covering basic colors using styling. There's way more that we can do with styles, but we'll save it for the CSS series. To begin, let's create some sample text for our web page. Between the body tags, let's type some sample text. Let's add a heading. I'll use an H1 heading since it's the largest. And perhaps for a title, I will type, I like colors. And then let's close this. All right, let's save, refresh. I like colors. All right, let's add a sample paragraph to work on. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and then hit tab, and then you'll have all the sample text to work with. Otherwise, you can type in whatever you want here. It doesn't matter. I'm going to save, refresh, and I believe we should add a pair of paragraph tags before and after this whole paragraph. All right, then I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it and have a second paragraph. All right, that looks good enough for me. All right, the first thing that we're going to do is that we can apply an inline style attribute to nearly any HTML element. So let's begin with the background color. We'll want to place this style attribute within the opening body tag. So we're just going to type style equals, and then we have a few options here. Let's say that we want to change the background color. We could just type in background dash color. And notice that the text color is changing too. This is a CSS property, and we'll type in a colon, and let's pick a color. The first one that comes to mind for me is light green, but you don't have to pick the same color that I do. So let's save this, refresh the page, and the background color of our web page is now light green. And actually, that's not too bad of a color, I would say. It's kind of nice. It's like nature-y. And with picking colors, you're not limited to only placing the color name. You can use hexadecimal color values. And if you don't know how those work, or if you need to find a value, I would recommend going to any search engine and just look up hexadecimal color picker, and then you can choose any color that you want. Let's say we want like a really dark blue color, maybe like a navy blue of some sort. I don't know. That's probably good enough for me. All right, so then you can just take this hexadecimal code and we're going to copy it and replace light green with this value and make sure to get that hashtag symbol. Let's save this and reload. And the background color is now that dark blue color. However, we can't see our text anymore because the background is too dark. The point being, with colors, you can either use the color name or you can use the hexadecimal color value and place that instead of the color name. I tend to prefer these values just because you can adjust these depending on the exact color scheme that you want, or if you're trying to match like a logo or something, you can get the exact colors instead of just some of the basic generic color names like red or blue, you can actually get a specific value. Now we can use this inline style element and place this somewhere else within another tag. Let's say that we want to change the font color of our title, mostly because we can't see it anymore because it's blending in with the dark background. We're going to type style equals, same process as before. Let's start with the font color. So we could just say color, colon, and I'll just pick red. Let's save, reload the page, and we can now see the header for our web page, and the font color is red. Let's add a background color to this. So we're going to place this within the double quotes of our style attribute, and we're going to add a semicolon to separate this, and we're going to type background dash color, and let's add a background color. I'm going to pick something that would kind of clash with red, just for an example. Let's say blue. Let's save, reload. All right, so we can change the background color of this area specifically as well. However, one problem that I have with just using color names is that these colors tend to be very sharp, and if you use these together, it's probably going to hurt your eyes and be difficult to read. So I much prefer to use these hexadecimal colors instead of these color names. But it works for this example for learning purposes. We can also change the font color and the background color of paragraph elements as well. So we're going to use the inline style attribute, and it's going to be the same process as before. Let's change the color, so color, colon, and I actually picked out a few colors already that I kind of like. So this is what I'm going to type, but use whatever colors you want. So I'm going to type 4FC 1FF. And let's see what this looks like. That's kind of cool. And let's add a background color as well. So separate this with a semicolon, background dash color. And for this color, for the background, I picked 02263B. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm not an artist though. Okay, this next one's gonna be fun. Let's do this again, but pick some random values. So I'm just going to copy this, place it within our next paragraph, and I'm just going to choose two colors at semi-random. So, woo! All right, we're going with blue, I guess. And I'm going to paste that here for the font color. Let's do this one more time. I guess red. I don't know. That was my poor attempt at being pseudo-random. All right, let's see what these semi-random colors look like. Okay, that is horrible, so do not do anything like this. The colors really clash together. Okay, this color scheme was hurting my eyes, so I changed the colors to something that's actually a little bit better, I would say. Just green text on a black background. It's fairly simple. If you would like a copy of this code we worked on today, I'll include a copy of this in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that is how you can do some basic coloring for your website using the inline style attribute in HTML. Hey, it's your bro. I hope you're doing well. And in this video, we're going to be discussing the span and div tags in HTML. Let's get into it. I promise that this will not be a long video. It's going to be super quick. So the span and div tags define a section or division on an HTML page. Typically, we use a pair of these tags as a container for HTML elements so that we can style something specific with CSS or perform some sort of procedure using JavaScript with anything marked with these tags. So I'm going to create some sample text. I'll create a header for our span tag, and I'll just call this span for a title, so span tag. Let's close this, and let's do the same thing for our div tag. So let's use an h1 header. Doesn't really matter. And we'll type in div tag and close this. Let's also create some sample text. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and hit tab. Let's surround this with a pair of paragraph tags. And then we're just simply going to copy and paste this for the div tag example. So then I can show you the similarities and differences of each of these tags then. So let's save this, reload the page, and this will work for our demonstration. Let's begin by discussing span tags. We can target an element or portion of our web page that we want to style. It depends on where we place our span tags within our text or our HTML document. Let's say that we want to change the color of a single sentence within our paragraph, well, we can just add a span tag around whatever we want to target and add some attributes or changes within the opening span tag. So let's say that we want to change this sentence right here. Let's just add an opening span tag and a closing span tag where we want these changes to end. All right, so let's save this, refresh the page, no apparent changes, right? Well, let's add the style attribute to the opening span tag, and let's just say that the color is going to be red. We want the color to be red. So let's save this, reload now, and now just this specific sentence is red. It depends on where you place the span tags. If we were to move the closing span tag to, let's say, I don't know, right here, I'm just placing it somewhere random. Well, everything between these two span tags is going to be changed with whatever attributes you placed within the opening span tag, but you want to make sure that you have a closing span tag, because if you forget to close it, it's going to change everything after the opening span tag. Now I'm going to place that closing span tag where this was previously and just reload the page. Now the div tag is almost identical to the span tag. However, anything within a pair of div tags is considered a block level element, so it will begin on a new line and take up the full width available on your web page. Let's place a pair of div tags in the same place that we had previously in the other example. So we'll have an opening div tag there and here as well. And we're going to take our style that we had in the previous example and place it within our div tag. Let's save, reload the page. Now, the main difference between a div tag and a span tag is that with this div tag, you can see that when we reach the div tag, it begins on a new line, and anything within the div tag takes up the entire width of your web browser, and anything after that will also begin on a new line. So that's the main difference between a span tag and a div tag. So that's your super quick lesson on the difference between span tags and div tags, and I'll post all the code that we have in the comments down below. And in the next lesson, we're going to be moving on to CSS. Hey, it's your bro. I hope you're doing well. And in this video, I'm going to teach you guys all about CSS. So let's get into it. So what is CSS? CSS is an acronym for Cascading Style Sheets. The purpose of CSS is to customize the elements of a web page to be displayed. And we can even use CSS to style multiple pages at once by linking separate, independent HTML files to a single style sheet. So I've described our house analogy for building a web page in the past, but here it is one more time for any of you new people. So instead of building a web page, imagine that we are constructing a house. While HTML adds structure to a page, such as flooring, roofing, walls, support beams, the skeletal structure of the web page, CSS is like the decorations. It's the styling, like paint, furniture, interior decorating, and JavaScript adds functionality to our house. We can include things like lighting, plumbing, heating, cooling, basic utilities, things that add functionality to a house. So this is a very good analogy, I would say, for a web page, but I'm a little biased because I made it up. There's 3 ways to include CSS for a web page. The first is inline, which we actually have some experience with already from the HTML tutorial. It's really only useful for adding a few custom elements. Internal, we create a pair of style elements in the head of our HTML document, useful for a single page website. And external, in my opinion, which is the best, we can link a CSS file to our HTML file to style one or all pages of a website, useful if you make a site with many pages. But don't worry, I'll give you a demonstration of how we can use each of these 3. So there's a set of rules for declaring CSS properties. First, you'll want to identify the HTML element that you want to customize with CSS. This is an internal and external example. This wouldn't apply for inline. It's slightly different, but I'll give you a demonstration on that later. So here we have a CSS property that we want to change. So we need to list this followed by a colon and the value that we want to give this property. And then if you want to add multiple properties, you just separate each line with a semicolon. So it's simple as that. If you have an HTML document ready, then we can begin. Let's create some sample text first. Let's create a title for this page. And perhaps we'll use an H1 header. and I will type in the text CSS demo and close this. And let's create a sample paragraph. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and hit tab. And I would like to surround this with a pair of paragraph elements. Let's save, reload. All right, that's good enough so far. So let me give you a demonstration of the inline way of using CSS, which we have a little bit of experience with already. Now, with the inline style of using CSS is that we can find an element that we want to customize, then we'll just type in style equals double quotes, and then we can place our CSS properties and values between these double quotes for style. Let's say I want to change the background color. I will type in the property of background dash color colon, and then I can set a color. You can either just use the name of one, or you can use a hexadecimal value. And let's say that I want this background to be black. Well, that would be all zeros then, so that would be 6 zeros. All right. Now we can add another CSS property, but we need to separate each with a semicolon, and I want to change the font color. So all text will have this colored font if it's within the body. So color, then colon, and then perhaps I'll just type in the word green because I don't remember the hexadecimal value for green. So let's save this, reload the page. All right, the background color is black and the text is green, just like we wanted. Now you can adjust these values too. Let's say that I want a slightly lighter shade of black. Well, I'll increase these hexadecimal values to perhaps all ones. I'll refresh the page. And the background is like a grayish black. Now it just got slightly brighter. And I'll change the color to, I believe a green color would be, let's see, 00, then perhaps AA00. I think that should be green. You can always look these up too. Just go to hexadecimal color picker or just look that up in a web browser. So that's like a slightly brighter shade of green then, which I think is better. So you can adjust these values however you want or pick a custom color if there's a color theme you like. Now for this example, let's target a different HTML element instead of targeting the entire body of the document. So I'm just going to copy this and place it somewhere else. Let's say that we want to place this within our H1 header. Well, we would just put it within the opening header tag. It's the same process as before really. For inline, you just type in style equals, then list the CSS properties you want to change and give it a value. So let's save this, reload. And now what you see here is that only anything between these specific H1 header tags is affected by this CSS styling, leaving the rest of our web page clean and pristine then. Now pay attention to this. If we were to create another pair of H1 header tags, save this and reload the page, you'll notice that this pair of H1 header tags is left untouched basically by CSS. And that's because when you use inline CSS styling, it only affects anything between these two tags, no more, no less. And that's a perfect transition into our next topic, which is internal CSS styling. So with internal CSS styling, we can target all instances of a certain tag that is used, and it will be affected by whatever CSS properties we list there. This is what we do for internal styling. You need to write a pair of style tags between your head tags. So we're going to write style, and then we'll need to close this as well. All right. Next, we need to list the HTML element that we want to target with CSS. Let's say that we want to target any instances of us using paragraphs. So we're going to write the HTML element that we want to target. So in this case, it's P for the paragraph tags. Then we need a set of curly brackets. And within these curly brackets, we're going to list our CSS properties. So let's say that we want to change the background color, and we will change that to the hexadecimal value of all ones, so 6 ones. Now if we want to add another property, we'll need a semicolon, and we can add another property on the next line, so color, and I liked the color 00AA00, which is green. So now if we save this, reload the page, now any instance of us using a pair of paragraph tags will be affected by CSS. Now, if I were to copy this paragraph and paste it directly underneath, then this paragraph would also be affected. Now, you can also target HTML elements that have a particular ID that you identify. So let's give each of these paragraphs their own ID attribute. So I'll call this paragraph 1. And for the next paragraph, I will call this paragraph 2. All right. So let's save this and reload the page. All right. So with our CSS styling, we're still targeting all paragraphs, but you can also target something with a specific ID. So in order to do that, you just use the number symbol and then type in the ID that you want to target. Let's say that we want to target paragraph 1. We'll use the number symbol and type in paragraph 1. So let's save this, reload. Now only paragraph 1 is targeted, and it's leaving paragraph 2 alone because it has a different ID, and we cannot change this to paragraph 2. And now only paragraph 2 is affected by CSS, leaving paragraph 1 not affected by CSS then. There's also a similar attribute to ID, but it's called class, and this is reserved for a unique grouping for parts of your web page. So for our h1 header, let's create a class, and perhaps we'll call this maybe top, like the top of the web page, and maybe we'll throw in, I guess, the first paragraph within this class as well. All right. So now we can actually target an entire class, but you need to put a dot here, then the name of the class. So we want to target anything with the class of top. So let's save this, reload. And now our internal CSS is targeting anything with the class of top then. So that's useful if you want to target a specific section of your web page, and it includes many different types of elements then. And you can take this a step further too, although this is a little more complex. You can list a specific HTML element, and you can have it target something within a certain class. Right here, we typed in p.top. We want to target any paragraph tag that also falls within the top class. So what ends up happening is that it only targets this paragraph. And with our CSS, we're only targeting this specific paragraph because unlike this paragraph, it has this class of top then, which we listed as a target. Any paragraph tag that has the class of top. And one other trick available to you is that if you want to have multiple HTML elements with these same exact properties, you can just list all of them, but you have to separate each element with a comma. Let's say that we want to target any instances of h1 tags as well as paragraph tags. We would just list these here, separate each that you want to add with a comma. So this will target all h1 tags and paragraph tags. And last but not least is the external method of CSS styling. So we're actually going to create a separate CSS file where we're going to list all the different elements that we want to target and the CSS properties that we want to apply. So if you're using Sublime Text, you can just go to File, New File, and I'm immediately going to save this. So File, Save As, name this whatever you want. You can place this within the same folder that contains the web page you're working on. If it's in a different location, you just have to know the file path. And you can name this whatever you want. I'll just call it maybe something simple as style. But you have to make sure it's a CSS file. So I'm just going to add .css. Otherwise, you can always change the save as type too. All right. And now it's the same process as before with internal styling, but we don't actually need to include those pairs of style tags. We can just list all the HTML elements that we want to target. Let's say that we want to target any h1 tags. We'll just type in that there, and then use a set of curly brackets, and then we list all of our CSS properties here. So let's change the background color to whatever we want. I liked the color 111111. That was like a lighter shade of black, as well as the font color, and I liked the color 00AA00. All right, and then let's do the same thing for the paragraph tags. Perhaps I'll choose a slightly different color though for the font color. maybe let's make this a brighter green. So that's 00, maybe FF00. Okay. Now we'll want to link our web page to this CSS file. So what we're going to do between the head tags is use this link tag. And there's a few attributes that we need to include within this link tag. The first is REL, which is short for relationship. This states the relationship between this document and the mentioned linked document. And we're going to type in style sheet. All right. Next, we're going to type in the type attribute. And this specifies the media type. It's not required, but it's considered good practice to include this. And we're just going to type text/CSS. And then lastly, we're going to type in href, which stands for hypertext reference. We will place either the file name or the file path or the URL of the CSS file that we want to link here. So that was style.css. Let's save this, reload, and boom, we have CSS. Now, the external method of CSS styling is extremely useful because all you would need to do is have a single CSS file, and all you would need is just to include this link to each web page that you want to style with these CSS properties. So imagine you have a website with like 50 different pages. You wouldn't have to type all of this in on every single page. You can just link each of these 50 pages to this one specific CSS file. So that will conclude this primer to CSS. If you would like a copy of each of these documents we worked on today, I'll post all of this in the comments down below and pin it to the top if you would like to take a look. But yeah, that is your introductory lesson to CSS. Hey, it's your bro. Hope you're doing well. And for this topic, we'll be discussing fonts in CSS. So let's get into it. Hey everyone, so we're going to be discussing fonts. So if you don't know, fonts are a set of characters of a particular style. Just had to get that out there in case you didn't know what a font is. Don't hate me for bringing it up. So there's two categories of fonts. There's serif and sans serif. Here's an example. Okay, well, I took this image from the Wikipedia page for serif and sans serif fonts. Now, serif is a typography term for small lines or embellishments on certain areas of these individual characters. You can see that here with this line. All the serifs are colored red. Now, sans serif means without then those lines that we were discussing. So if you're going to pick a font for your web page, I would recommend something that is sans serif that doesn't have these little lines, just because it's easier to read on a computer screen. But if you really want to go crazy with serif fonts, be my guest. I'm not going to stop you, but generally sans serif fonts tend to be better. Okay, then let's get started. Let's add some sample text to our page. I'm going to create an H1 header. I will add the text, perhaps font demo. We'll close this header tag and we'll add some sample text. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and hit tab. Otherwise, you can just go online, find a paragraph or two, then just copy it here. Let's save this, refresh the page. So I have a style sheet already linked to my HTML file. I will place all of the changes and properties for CSS using the style sheet, but if you're doing this internally or inline, you can feel free to do that as well. So let's change the font of our paragraph. So I'm going to type in P because we're targeting the paragraph elements and a set of curly brackets. And now we can start adding some font properties. And I just realized I forgot to surround our paragraph with a set of paragraph tags, so make sure you do that. Okay, now we're good. So the first thing that we're going to add is a font family. So this is actually a property, and what you can do with a font family is that you can list a few different fonts that you want to use. You'll use the first font in this list, and if for some reason, if somebody's web browser can't support this font, it will try and use the next font, and then it will just continue down the list. So for the last font, you'll want to use something that's more or less universally accepted. So I'm going to list a few fonts here. I'll start with the one that I preferably want to use. One font that I do like is Ink Free. Now, one thing to pay attention to is that with font names, if they have a space, you need to put these within a set of quotes. So let's try ink free to begin with. So let's save, reload the page, and now everything looks handwritten, so I kind of like this font. I would like to add another font to this font family in case somebody's web browser can't support this ink free font. And another that I like is this other one called MV Bully. So let's say that somebody's web browser can't handle this first one. It's going to use the second font in this list, which is, for my example, MV Bully. So it kind of looks like this. So I'm going to add maybe 2 fonts that I like. And then for the last one, this is like a last resort in case somebody's web browser can't handle the first few. You can't go wrong with just typing in sans serif. So if these 2 fonts don't work, it'll just default to a sans serif font. But I kind of like that ink-free font because it has personality, so I'm going to keep that. So let's add a few other things. We can add a font style, and you can type in the word italic to make your font italic. We can add a font weight, and you can set this to bold. So this will basically just bold all of your text. We can change the font size, so we'll use the font size property. So the default for font sizes is 16 pixels, but I'm going to pick maybe 18 to make this a little bit larger, just like so. Another unit of measurement is EM, and the default is 1 EM. So this is the same as 16 pixels. So if I were to change this to 2 EM, this would be the same as 32 pixels then. So you might see either with a unit of measurement being pixels or EM. So use whatever one you prefer. All right, we can also add a text decoration. And let's say I want to add a underline. Well, we can do so. This will add a underline underneath all of our text. We can also add a particular style to this underline, like we can type in the word wavy, and this will become a wavy underline. I'm not sure what any good use of this would be, but you can. I don't know, maybe it's like ocean waves or something. Yeah, you know what? Let's change that to blue. So our text is riding on some blue waves, but I'm getting off track again. So I'm actually going to go back and set this to normal. And it's as if there's no change at all to that. And we can change the font color by using the color property. You can type in a color name here, or you can use a hexadecimal value if you know how those work. One value that I like is 00AA00, and this is a green color, kind of like that. So with the fonts normally available to you with HTML and CSS, it's somewhat limited, but you also have access to the Google Fonts API, and I'll show you how you can add a style sheet link for a custom font from the Google Fonts API. First, I'll show you the website for where to go for that. So this site is easier to find than what I anticipated. All you do is go to fonts.google.com. I'll post this link in the description down below. So we can actually browse through these fonts. If there's anything you like, you can just click on it. Then I'll show you the next steps. I did find one that I liked, and it was called ALDRICH. I think it's pronounced Aldrich. I don't know, probably pronouncing it wrong. But I kind of like this font because it's techie, kind of fits my channel. So I'm going to click on this. All right, so then I'm going to select this style, then go to this embed tab. All right, so we're going to take this link, we're going to copy this, go to our HTML file, and we're going to paste it within the head. So that's step 1. Now with step 2, which HTML element do we want to target? Let's target our H1 header that we have. So we're going to make a block for this on our style sheet, and we're going to go back to this embed tab, and we're going to just copy this font family. Otherwise you can just type it in. Basically, all you have to make sure to do is just to type in the font name that you used. So let's save this. I can actually close out of this page now, refresh our page, and we now have this custom font from the Google Fonts API. And with this font family, you can also add a few other fonts to fall back upon in case, for some reason, this one isn't supported. So perhaps I'll just add that ink-free font that I like, and then make sure each font is separated with a comma. So basically, since my web browser supports this font, it's going to display this one. Then it's going to fall back on these other fonts in case this first one isn't supported. And let's add a font color to our header tag, our H1 tag. And perhaps I'll pick a very bright green color. So that's 00FF00. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that's pretty sweet. But I think this would look better on a black background. So I'm actually going to target the body element of our web page, and I'm going to set the background dash color to black. Otherwise, if you don't want to type in the word, you can just type in hashtag, and the hexadecimal value for black is just 6 zeros. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, but I misspelled body, so make sure you spell it right. All right, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, that's pretty sweet. And maybe I'll just change the background color of this paragraph element. Just something slightly lighter. Maybe 111111. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. So that concludes this topic on fonts in CSS. If you would like a copy of what we worked on here today, I'll post all of this markup in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that's how fonts work in CSS. Hey, it's your bro. Hope you're doing well. And in this video, we're going to be discussing borders in CSS. So let's get into it. To kick off this lesson, we're going to need some sample text. I'm going to create a heading and then a paragraph. So I'll use an H1 header tag, and I will call this border demo, and then we're going to close this. Next, we'll add a paragraph. We'll just need some sample text to work with. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and hit tab. Then you'll have a sample paragraph to work with. And I'm going to surround this with a pair of paragraph tags. Let's save this, reload the page. That'll be good for now. So I have a style sheet that's linked to this HTML file. So that was covered in the first lesson for this CSS tutorial series. So let's get on to creating borders. The first thing that we want to do is to create a border, perhaps around this paragraph. So we'll want to target the P tag, the paragraph tag, and then we'll add a set of curly brackets. So there's different styles of border, and you'll want to specify what kind of border that you want. Let's start with something simple, just a plain solid border. So to add a border, you're going to type border dash style colon, and then the type of style that you want for this border. I'll showcase a few of these, but let's begin with a simple solid border. So let's save this, refresh the page, and we have a border around our targeted HTML element. Now, if you were to take a look at this paragraph, you'll notice that the text is very close to the border, and it might be difficult to read some of the letters. So there's this property in CSS called padding. It's the distance between the text and the border. So by default, it's set to 0. So we can actually add some space between the text and the border. Think of it like, you know, when you get a package from like Amazon or in the mail, there's like bubble wrap or packing peanuts within the box. It's between your item and the actual box itself. It's the padding between the text and the border. So let's create a padding property, and let's give us 5 pixels of room. So I'm going to type 5px for pixels. I'll save this, reload the page. Now we have some distance between the text and the border, and I find that easier to read. If we want something ridiculous like 50 pixels, you know, we can do that, although this probably doesn't look too great, but it might be useful for something. So like I said, padding is the distance between the text and the border. Think of it like you receive a package, the text is the item, the box is the border, and the padding is like the styrofoam, packing peanuts, or bubble wrap that's between your item and the box. But in this case, it's the text and the border. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's cover a few other styles. So this was a solid border, but I don't want this much padding between my text and the border. So let's just stick with 5 for now. I think that's decent. So I'm going to cover a few different border styles, and some of these might pique your interests. So border style, colon, and then let's go with a perhaps dashed border. So let's save, reload. So we have this nice dashed border around our text. This border somewhat reminds me of like a coupon in an ad or something where you cut along the dash border to take out the coupon from the ad or something. I don't know, maybe if you're making a website that has printable coupons, you can create a dash border around each coupon. Oh, and one thing that I want to mention before I forget, with CSS properties, if you have multiple values assigned to the same property, you'll actually end up using the most recent value that's assigned to that specific property. For example, we have 2 border styles, solid and dashed. Well, it's the same property, but we're going to end up using the most recently assigned value, which is dashed. Like if I were to switch these around and I were to place dashed first and then solid, we would actually end up using the solid border because that was the value that was last assigned to that property. So for this example, I'll be showing a bunch of different border styles, and I'll just have them all listed here, but it's only going to be displaying the most recently assigned value. So let's cover a few border styles, and you might like some of these. So we're going to type border style, and this next one is the dotted border style. So this is what it looks like. We have border style double, and this is a double border. I think I'm just going to copy this to save a little bit of time. So border style ridge. So that one, it looks like it has a shadow around it, which is kind of cool. Border style groove, like it's groovy, like we're in the 70s. That's pretty much the same, but it's slightly darker. Border style inset, and this has a 3D effect. It's kind of like it's pushed in like a button or something. And the inverse of this is outset, and it has a 3D pop out effect of some sort. This one I would say is my favorite because it's kind of like it's 3D. So those are a few of the border styles. Let's discuss the border width property. So we can increase the width of the border. So border dash width, and maybe let's assign 3 pixels to the width of this, so 3px, and the border is slightly thicker. So if you're using like an inset or outset border, it actually looks like it's popping out of the screen slightly more. If we did a dash border, this is obviously going to be a thicker line. So that's the border width property. Now, you can actually assign a few different widths, and here's an example. Let's say 3 pixels, 5 pixels, 3 pixels, 5 pixels. So let's see what this looks like first, and then I'll explain this. So if you have a border width with 4 different values, the first value is going to apply to the northern top border. The second is the right eastern border. The third one is south, or the bottom, and the fourth one is the left border or west one. So you can either assign 4 different values, you can have them all be the same, otherwise you can just assign 1 universally to all sides. So for this example, I'll just keep 5 pixels so it's all the same size then. All right, let's change the border color. So border dash color. You can either just type in a generic name such as green. Another option is to use a hexadecimal value. You can look those up online if there's a specific color you like. I think I will pick the color 00FF00, which is a bright green color. So let's save this, reload the page, and this border is now a very bright green color. Now there's another property called border radius. The radius will give you rounded borders, kind of like they're smooth, but these borders are very sharp right now. So border dash radius. So if we were to assign maybe a 1 pixel radius, this will slightly smooth out the edges of the border. It's a little bit difficult to see if it's just 1 pixel. Let's try something more drastic like 5 pixels. So you can see that the borders are much more smooth now. Let's try maybe 10. That might be a lot more noticeable. Yeah, 10 is very noticeable. These corners are no longer sharp. It's kind of like you filed the corners down. So that's kind of what the border radius is. You're smoothing out the edges of this. So that's a basic border that you can use around whatever element that you want. So with our header tag, let's get a little crazy. We can target specific sides of your border. So let's target the h1 header tag. And the first thing that we can do is that let's target a bottom border perhaps. So if you want to target a specific side of the border, you'll type in border dash perhaps bottom. Otherwise there's top, left, and right. But let's target the bottom for now. And let's set the style to perhaps maybe dotted. Oh, but make sure you spell border right, not board. Border. There. We're good. All right, so we have a single bottom border to this h1 element. Let's do the same thing for the top. So I'll just copy that, and we're going to change bottom to top. Let's save, reload. All right, so we have a border that only has two sides. It doesn't have a left side or a right side. Let's target the left side perhaps. So border, left, style. Let's do something different, perhaps solid. All right, we're getting somewhere. And let's target the width of just the left border. So you're actually able to do that. Border dash, then it is left dash width, maybe 10 pixels. So you can individually change the sizes or width of a single side of your border. You just have to list it specifically. Otherwise, if you do just border style, it applies to all sides. So you also have the capability to color an individual side of your border. Let's say we want to color just this left border. We'll type in border dash left dash color, and we can assign a color to this. I will pick the hexadecimal value of 00FF00. That was the bright green color that we had before. But taking a look at this, I actually don't like it on second thought. Maybe I'll switch this to a different color, but point being, you do have the capability to color an individual side of your border. All right, well, with the time remaining, let's make the rest of this site actually look cool. So let's target the body and add a background color. So background dash color, and I'm just going to pick black. Let's take our text, which is just color, and let's change this to white. All right, and then with our border for the h1 header tag, let's perhaps make this white. So that is border, color, white. All right, let's see what this looks like. I would say that's pretty decent for a beginner's website. That looks pretty cool. But yeah, that is pretty much this lesson on borders in CSS. If you would like a copy of this markup, I'll post it in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that is how borders work in CSS. Hey, it's your bro. Hope you're doing well. And in this video, we're going to be discussing backgrounds in CSS. So let's get into it. So before we begin this video, if you want to follow along, just find a background image that you like and download it, and for now, put it in the same folder that contains your index.html file and your style sheet. So let's begin. Now, we're going to be discussing how to add a background to your website. This can be a background color or an image. So to kick this off, let's create a simple h1 header. So h1, let's add some text, perhaps background demo, and then close this. Let's save, reload, and we just have some text. Now we're going to mostly be working on our style sheet. Now, if you want to target the background of your website, you can simply just target this body element. However, there's a better option than targeting the body, and that's actually targeting the HTML element, because that will pretty much cover everything. So you can see here that pretty much everything is within the HTML tags. So we're going to target this HTML tag for our style sheet. Now, if you want to change the background color, we've covered this already. You just type in background color, and this is a property, and we can set this to a color, like maybe green. Save, reload the page. Well, there you go. That's it. Lesson over. Just kidding. And for colors, you can also use an RGB value, which is red, green, then blue. Just type in RGB, then a set of parentheses. And there's 3 values that you can place within the parentheses here. It's a number between 0 and 255, and depending on what value you place for each of these different positions, this will add varying amounts of red, green, and blue. So I'm just going to type in some random numbers. I have no idea what this color is, but we'll see what it is. So I just made up the numbers 100, 255, and 75. Let's save, reload the page, and that's like a bright green lime color, which is kind of interesting. Otherwise, you can use hexadecimal values. So you need a number symbol, then you can type in a series of 6 digits, like all zeros would be all black then, all Fs would be all white, and you can look online for some hexadecimal values if there's anything you like. Let's talk about gradients. A gradient is a gradual change from one color to another. That's the best way I can explain it. Let's say that on our website, we want the background color to start at one color, and then by the end of the document, it will become another color, and it's going to gradually change colors, kind of like a sunset. You know how there's varying colors? That's kind of what a gradient is. It's just a gradual change in colors. So this is what we can do to create a gradient effect. Type in background. We'll use the background property. Linear dash gradient, then a set of parentheses. Let's start with 2 different colors. We want a gradual shift from one color to another for our background. Let's say we want maybe gray, and we want this to transition to black. And you can use either RGB values or hexadecimal values here. I'm just going with the words gray and black just because it's simple for this video. So let's save, reload. All right, so we're starting to get somewhere. So what's going on here is that our background gradient is only extending as far down as we have substance on our website, basically. Since we only have an H1 header tag, the gradient is only going down so far. If I were to add, let's say, a paragraph to this, so if you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem and hit tab and save this. Well, the gradient now extends for as much as we have text or other items on our website, and then it will repeat itself every so often. But if you want your gradient to extend to the entire window size, these are the steps to do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to prevent our web browser from repeating this gradient every so often, depending on how much text you have or other items on your website. So background dash repeat, then we'll set this to no repeat. So this doesn't repeat anymore, but we have all of this blank white space underneath all of the items on our website. So there's a few other steps. We're going to set the background dash position, and we will center this. This isn't really going to be noticeable quite yet, but when we include background images, it's going to be more noticeable. So no apparent changes yet. We will set the background dash size to cover. Again, no noticeable changes. And lastly, we're going to set the background dash attachment to fixed. And what this does is that this determines if the background will scroll with the rest of the page or if it's fixed in place. So when you combine all of these together, all these properties, what you get is that the gradient or your background image will extend to the full length of your browser window. And if you were to resize this window, it's actually going to expand naturally. So that's what a lot of people tend to want. They want their background image or color to extend to the full length of the browser window. Now, if you would like to set an image as your background, these are the steps. So for now, I'm going to comment out everything that we did here, and we'll just use this as a reference and we'll start fresh. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to include a background image. So background dash image colon URL, a set of parentheses. Now, there's 2 things we can type in here, either the file name, if it's within the same folder. For this example, for me, I put this in the same folder, but in just a moment, I'll show you where you can locate a image that's in a different location or a different folder. So type in the name of the image here. So I picked a file that was named space_small.png. Let's save this, reload the page. All right, here's my background, but I'm going to change the font color because I can no longer read it, and I'm just going to set that to white. So one thing you might see is that with images for a web page, all the images might be in a separate folder. So we'll need to add the file path for where we can locate our background images. So let's create a new folder. So new folder, and I will call this images, and we're going to take our background. In my case, I have two here because I'm going to show you another example, and we'll place it within a folder called images. So now if we were to reload this page, we can no longer locate this file. So we'll actually have to add that folder here. So we're going to type images or whatever else you named your folder, then /, then the name of the file. So if we were to reload this, we can now see our background. But for this example, I'm just going to put everything back within the same folder as it was originally. So let's expand this window. All right, so what's going on here is that this portion right here is the background image, but it seems like it's repeating itself to fill in the entire width and height of your web browser too. So what I would like to do is that I want to take this background image and have it extend to the full size of my browser window. So it's going to be the same steps as before then, the same that we did with the linear gradient. The first thing that we're going to type is background-repeat. So I'm going to just place that here. Let's save, reload the page. So this is the original image that we have for our background, and it's not repeating anymore, but we still want this to take up the entire size of our browser window. So the next thing we're going to do is set the background position to center. All right. So now this image is in the middle of our web page. We want this background size to be set to cover. So now this background image covers the full width of the web browser. However, we still have this white space underneath it. And then lastly, we're going to set the background attachment to fixed. And this determines if the background will scroll with the rest of the page or if it's fixed in place. So when you combine all of these properties together, what you end up with is a background image that takes up the entire size of your browser window, which again is what people tend to want instead of just their background image only taking up like a certain portion of this window. And with this background image, the more you zoom in or the larger the window size, the image itself will begin to lose some quality. So you're better with using high resolution pictures. But for this example, I had a small version of the background image I wanted to use. I'm going to switch this to a better, larger resolution picture that I had. And the file that I had was space_big. So now the resolution of the picture is slightly better. But you also have to be concerned with how large the image is that you want to use for a background, because that might increase the load time for somebody viewing your page then. So that's something to keep in mind. But higher resolution pictures tend to be better if you're using it as a background image. So that's the basics of adding a background color, gradient, or image to your web page as a whole. Now you can also add a background to specific HTML elements. Let's say that we want to change the background of our H1 header tag, which we have at the top. So we'll add that to our style sheet, H1, set of curly brackets. Let's add a linear gradient for the background. So we'll type in background, linear gradient, parentheses, and then we can type in the colors we want within the parentheses. Now you can have more than two. Before we just had gray and black. We can add more colors. Let's say we want like a sunrise or a sunset effect. We can type in red, then orange, and then yellow. So let's see what this looks like. That's pretty sweet. But why stop there though? We can make this a whole rainbow if we really wanted to. So let's add a few other colors, maybe green, blue, indigo, and violet. Sweet. That's a pretty cool looking rainbow. It kind of reminds me of that meme. I think it was called Nyan Cat. Yeah, this is it. This is what this reminds me of. Assuming most people wouldn't want a rainbow background, but for For this tutorial series, I'm going to include this because, well, it's my tutorial series and I can do what I want. So now how about we change the background color of this paragraph that we have? So let's go back to our HTML file, and I need to surround our paragraph with a set of p tags, and I'm assuming you probably do as well. So make sure you include those. We're going to list the p element as our target, and let's change the background. Perhaps we'll use another linear gradient because there's a few other tricks that we can do too. Perhaps we will use the boring gray and black that we had previously. So our gradient only targets this specific paragraph. Another trick with linear gradients is that you can have the colors flow in a different direction. By default, it starts at the top and the color eventually transitions to its second color when it reaches the bottom. So you can actually change that direction. Like we can have gray start on the left, and when it reaches the right, it'll become our second color. So within the parentheses, we're going to type to right, comma, and now our first color is on the left, and it eventually transitions to our second color on the right. Otherwise, there's to top. So it's kind of like these positions are reversed, and to left. So use whatever you want for your website. I kind of like to right, honestly. That's pretty sweet. Here's one thing to consider. What if you had a bunch of different paragraphs? This is what this might end up looking like. So I'm just going to take our current paragraph and just paste this maybe an additional 3 times, so we have 4 paragraphs. So each of these paragraphs has their own, what looks like an individual box. So if you don't want these basically blank empty spaces between each of these paragraphs, what we can do is actually put all these paragraphs within its own container using a div tag. So before the first paragraph, we're going to begin a new div tag, and we'll give this a unique ID, such as my text. Name this whatever you want, really. And then outside of the last paragraph, we're going to close this div tag. And within our style sheet, we can target everything within this specific div tag. So if you're targeting something with a unique ID, you need to put the number sign and the name of the div tag, or whatever the name of the ID was. And I already forgot what it was. My text. Okay, so we're just going to type that here. So my text, set of curly brackets, and I'm going to take our linear gradient that we had for our paragraphs, and I am going to place it within my text now. And we'll reload the page. Now we got rid of those empty spaces before and after each paragraph, and it's all one uniform background basically. One pretty unique feature about this is that if you have a scroll bar, you'll notice that as we move up and down on our web page, you'll notice that the actual background image is staying in place and all of our text is moving as if it was on some sort of track or rollers maybe. It's kind of like there's 2 layers. There's a background image and then there's all of our text that's moving. So that's kind of cool to see. So that's the basics of backgrounds in CSS. If you would like a copy of the markup that we worked on today, I'll post this in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that's how you add a background in CSS. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here. Hope you're doing well. And in this video, I'm going to be teaching you guys about margins in CSS. So let's get into it. Well, let's begin with margins. Margins are used to create space around an element, and it can be easy to mix up margins with padding because they both perform a similar task. So to begin, let's add some sample text to our web page. Let's create a heading. I'll use an H1 heading, and I will write down margin demo, and let's close this. And we'll probably want a sample paragraph. If you're using Sublime Text, you can just type in lorem, hit tab, and I'm going to surround this with a pair of paragraph tags. So we need an opening paragraph tag and a closing paragraph tag. I'm also going to give this paragraph tag a unique ID, and I'm just going to call this P1. We're going to have a few different paragraphs, and we'll name each of these like P1 and then P2 and P3, and we'll follow that order. And we're going to line these all up differently depending on the margins that we set. Let's save this, reload the page, and here is our sample text. Let's go to our style sheet and just make a few changes. So let's add a border around each of these elements because with a border, it's going to be much easier to see the difference between padding and margins. So let's make some changes to our H1 heading. Let's add a border that is 1 pixel thick, and is solid. And perhaps I'll give this a width too, so maybe 300 pixels. And let's target all paragraph elements. We'll also give this a border. 1 pixel is good, and we'll make this solid. And let's give this a width as well, maybe 250 pixels. All right, let's see what this looks like. And now we have a border around our h1 header tag and our paragraph tags. So let's add some padding just so we can see the difference between padding and margins. So within our paragraph tag, we're going to add some padding using the padding property, and 25 pixels should work for this. So remember that padding is the distance between an item within an element and where a border would be. So think of it like you're receiving a package. Like think of this like a box. This is your item that you're receiving in your package, like you're receiving it in the mail. And the padding is like the bubble wrap or the styrofoam that's keeping your item safe when it's being shipped. And margins are the distance from an HTML element to other HTML elements or the edge of the browser window. So let's add a margin around our paragraph element. So we'll just type that here, margin, and then we can add maybe 25 pixels. So this will add space around all sides of an element that has a margin. And you can see that after we reloaded the web page, we now have extra space around this paragraph element. So that's the main difference between padding and margins. Padding is the distance from an item within an element to where the border would be, and the margin is the distance from where the border would be to either other HTML elements or the edge of the web browser. And if you were to take a look on your web page, you'll probably notice that there's a little bit of spacing at the top of your web page and on the left-hand side. So there's already some margin already on your HTML document. So it is possible to use negative margins to pull items in closer together. So what we'll do here is that we'll target the HTML tags, and we're going to add a negative margin. And you can also specify a specific side. So we can just say the margin at the top, and we can give this negative 21 pixels. And that should be just enough to pull this to the very top of the web browser window. Now we still have this margin on the left-hand side. So to target that, we'll just type in margin dash left, and that is about negative 8 pixels. So after adding negative margins, we can actually pull HTML elements closer together too. If I were to take this margin within the paragraph tag and I switch this to negative 25, this would actually begin to overlap, but I don't like that, so I'm going to change it back to what it was originally with 25 pixels for the margin. So that's a very basic way of adding margins to an HTML element. You just use the margin property and the amount of space that you want to surround this HTML element with. So let's create a few different examples with different techniques to add margins. So this time I'm going to target the P1 tag, and I'm just going to move a few things around. So I'm just going to move this margin to the P1 tag. And I think I'll keep this the same then, so this should be the same. All right, so let's take our paragraph, our first one. We're going to copy this, and we're going to change P1 to P2 for the second paragraph. And this time we're going to target the P2 ID. So we can add margins to different borders around an HTML element. We kind of did that with the negative margins that we had. So with P2, let's target the top. Maybe we'll add 25 pixels. There's margin dash right, maybe 75 pixels. Margin dash bottom, 25 pixels again. You don't have to use the same numbers that I do. Feel free to change these if you want. And margin dot left, or margin dash left, 75 pixels. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, and you can see there's a little more spacing on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, but not so much on the top or bottom because we only gave ourselves 25 pixels worth of margin compared to the left and the right that has 75. So there's an alternative way to write this that's shorthand. So I'm actually going to write a note here that says, this is the same. So a shorthand way of writing all this is that you just type in the margin property, and then we're going to list 4 fields here. The first is the amount of pixels for the top. Second is for the right-hand side, so margin right. Then third is the bottom. And the fourth is the left. So this is the exact same thing as what we did up here, just in less steps. So this would look exactly the same as what we had originally too. Let's create another paragraph for our next example. I'm going to copy our P2 paragraph, paste it, and we'll change the ID to P3. Let's save, reload the page. All right, now this is the one that we want to add margins to. So on our CSS sheet, we're going to target the P3 ID, and we can also list a percentage for a margin. For example, we can list maybe 10%. Now, the margin is going to change depending on the size of the browser window. So currently it's set to 10%. If we were to change this to maybe 20, you can see that the change is going to be more drastic, and it's going to adjust dynamically depending on the size of the window. Let's create another paragraph. So I'm going to copy this, and we'll create a P4 ID. Let's save that. And we'll type in $ P4. All right, so you can also have your paragraph or other HTML element have an automatic margin. So for example, if we typed in margin dash left and set this to auto, what would happen is that this element would actually stick to the right-hand side. But I think our previous paragraph is actually messing with its positioning, so I'm going to comment this out for now. All right. So yeah, you can see here that this paragraph is now sticking to the right-hand side because we set margin left to auto. So it's going to stay on the right-hand side no matter what the size of the browser window is. And likewise, we can do the same thing for a margin right auto. It would stick to the left-hand side. And let's change this to P5, and we'll copy our P4 paragraph and change this to P5. Okay, now the P5 paragraph is sticking to the left-hand side of our browser window. Lastly, we can have margin just set to auto, and let's use this for a P6 paragraph tag. So margin auto, and this will vertically center an HTML element. So let's copy this paragraph and paste it, and then we're going to change the ID to P6. So let's save this and reload the page. Now this is our P6 paragraph, and both the left and the right margins are set to auto. So this will stay in the center of your web page. It'll vertically stay centered no matter how large the browser window is then. So a lot of people like to do this. They set their margins to auto, so this will stay in the middle of the web page. Well, that's the basics of margins in CSS. If you would like a copy of all the markup that we worked on today, I'll post this in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that is the basics of margins in CSS. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys how you can create some pretty sweet shadow effects in CSS. So let's get into it. Now, there's two different kinds of shadow properties that I'm going to be discussing with you guys. They are text shadows for text and box shadows for other HTML elements. So let's begin by adding some sample text to our web page on our HTML document. All we really need to do is just add one line here. Just writing shadow demo using h1 tags should suffice for this. So let's save, reload. Honestly, this is all we need for this demonstration. We're going to do everything else on our CSS document. So let's make a few changes before we do introduce shadows. So I'm going to target the h1 tag. I believe I'll add a border that is 1 pixel and solid. Let's add a width of 200 pixels. And maybe some padding of 25 pixels. All right, let's save this and reload the page. Okay, this should work for now. I'm happy with it. So we have two different kinds of shadows to work with. Text shadows and I'll just set this to 0 for now, as well as box shadows. And I will also set this to 0. Now, with each of these properties, there's 4 fields that we can fill in, 4 values that we can assign, and I'm going to write these as a comment. So I'm going to create a cheat sheet for you guys. So I'm going to write it within here. The first is the horizontal displacement, and you can write this in pixels. The second is the vertical displacement, also in pixels. Third is the blur effect, also in pixels. And lastly is the color. You can choose a color name, an RGB value, or a hexadecimal value. All right, now with all of these values, the same thing also applies for the box shadow. So I'm going to put our cheat sheet right underneath it, and we'll fill a few of these out for the text shadow first, and then the box shadow. Let's begin with text shadows. So this first value applies to the horizontal displacement of the shadow relative to the text. And the second value is the vertical displacement of the shadow relative to the text. So if we were to set our horizontal displacement to maybe 2 or another positive number, we would have a shadow effect that is on the right-hand side of our text. If this was a negative number, this would move to the left. And the greater the magnitude, the greater the displacement would be. Like if I set this to negative 20 pixels, we would have a shadow that's very far out to the left. So you can change these depending on what sort of shadow effect you want. And the same thing applies to our vertical displacement. So a positive number would create a shadow effect downwards, and a negative number would create a shadow effect upwards. And then you can combine both of these. So maybe we'll pick 5 pixels by 5 pixels. We'll end up with a shadow that goes down and to the right, although it's a little difficult to see because the shadow is black as well as the text color, so we'll have to change that. So we can also add a blur effect. That is the third value that we can type in here, and the magnitude of the blur effect is in pixels, so we'll start with 1 pixel and see what effect this has. So there's not much of a change here with 1 pixel. Let's increase this to 2. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And then maybe 3. All right, 3 is not too bad. But I think I'm going to change the horizontal and vertical displacement back to 2. And that doesn't look too bad. That's like a 3D effect, which is pretty sweet. Now, with the fourth value, we can add a color. You can pick a color name, an RGB value, or a hexadecimal value. I think I'll just pick something simple like yellow. So let's save, reload, and we now have a yellow shadow effect around our text. And what we end up with is a yellow shadow effect that is displaced 2 pixels down vertically and 2 pixels to the right horizontally. Now, you can actually create a glow effect if you set the horizontal as well as the vertical displacement to 0. It would actually appear as if this text was glowing, which is pretty cool too. But I'm going to change the blur effect up slightly. It's kind of like a light bulb or a neon glow of some sort. I think that's pretty sweet. And another cool thing that you can do with shadows is that you can add more than one. For example, we could add a second shadow, and I decided for this demonstration, I want to create a shadow effect that makes my text look like it's on fire. So I'm going to add a second red shadow that's slightly above the text. So what you can do if you want to add a second shadow, after the first set of values, just add a comma, and you can add in a whole nother set of values to add. So if I want a red shadow effect that hovers above the text, I will set our horizontal displacement to 0 pixels. For the vertical displacement, maybe -5 pixels. Then for a blur, 5 pixels is good. And then for a color, I will pick red. So let's save this, reload, and we now have this sweet fire effect for our text. Now let's move on to box shadows. It's a very similar process to what we had with text shadows, except a box shadow will target an HTML element. So this box shadow is going to be displaced relative to where this border is. So let's fill this in. So we need a horizontal as well as a vertical positioning for this shadow. I think I will set this first one to 10 and the second one to 10. So let's save, reload. We now have this very sharp black shadow, but we'll probably want to add a blur to make it look more natural. So I tend to like 5 pixels for my blur. All right, but it's still somewhat dark, so we can also change the color. And I think I will use a hexadecimal value this time. So if you use all sixes, so that's 6 sixes, this will be like a nice grayish dark color. And I think that's pretty sweet. So that's all the box shadow is. It adds a shadow effect around an HTML element, much like the text shadow adds a shadow effect around text. So that's the very basics of using shadows in CSS. I'm just going to add a few other changes, not related to shadows, but just a few properties I want to add to make this shadow really stand out and look really cool. So I'm just going to change the background color of our HTML element. So background-color to black. Let's see what we have so far. All right, you can really see the shadow effect now, but the text is somewhat dark, so I'm going to change the color of that. So the color of our text, we can change that to maybe white. Okay, that's pretty sweet. It's kind of like the text is so hot that it's glowing and giving off flames. But I also want to change the border color, so I'm going to say border-color black. Let's save, reload. All right, that is pretty sweet. I'm pretty happy with that. So yeah, I guess that is the basics of using text shadows as well as box shadows in CSS. If you want a copy of all this markup that we worked on today, I'll post it in the comments down below and pin it to the top. But yeah, that is how you can create basic shadows in CSS. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's Bro here, hope you're doing well, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys all about pseudo classes in CSS. So let's get started. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Think of a pseudo class as a special keyword that is used to define a special state of an element, and for example, I have the hover pseudo class right here. We can do things like change the appearance of a button when we hover over it, we can create drop-down menus to appear. I'll probably make a separate video on drop-down menus. We can even style certain items in a list or grouping based on certain criteria using a pseudo class. So this video is meant to introduce how to use pseudo classes. We won't cover all the pseudo classes that are out there, but at least a few of the more useful ones. And if you ever encounter a pseudo class that you might find useful for your own projects, well, at least you know how to use them. So let's begin by creating some sample text on our HTML document. We're going to create three things: a link, a button, and a list. Let's get started. Let's first create a link. So I'm just going to use an A tag, and we're going to use the href attribute, and let's set this equal to maybe Google, https://www.google.com. All right, then let's add the text for the link, www.google.com, and then let's close this A tag. Let's save, reload the page. Okay, that works for our link here. Now let's create maybe 2 line breaks, just to give us some space. Then let's create a button. So button type equals button. And then let's add some text to this button. Click me. And then close the button. Let's save, reload the page. There's our button. Now let's create a list. But I'm just going to separate a few of these things. Let's make an unordered list, so use the UL tag. Then let's add maybe 10 list items. So this is item number 1, and let's close this. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this a bunch of times. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be fine. And let's close this UL tag, and I'm just going to change some of the numbers. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Let's save, reload. Okay, this is fine. Let's go to our style sheet, and let's get rid of that. Now, by default with links, the text color is blue for a hyperlink, but if you've already visited that page, it's going to be purple, and you can see right now that it's purple. So you can actually delete your browser history to get rid of that, and it will go back to being that blue color for the hyperlink. Since I already clicked on this, it's already purple. So I'm just going to delete my history real quick. Well, welcome back. Now with this link, it is now blue. That is the default for hyperlinks, but it might be something different if you're using a different web browser. IDK though. So we can actually use a pseudo class to change the appearance of this hyperlink. So what we want to do is target all A elements, then colon, and then we can pick a pseudo class. So we can use the link pseudo class to change the appearance of a hyperlink. So let's change the color, and I have a hexadecimal color picker here, and we can just pick a different color. So maybe I'll pick like a seafoam green of some sort. That works for me. So I'm just going to copy this hex value and place it right here. Let's save this, then reload the page. And now what you see here is that all hyperlinks are now this seafoam green color, which is pretty sweet. That is the link pseudo class. Let's discuss the visited pseudo class. These CSS properties that are listed will apply to any link that's already visited. All right, so let's actually click on this link, then head back. It's back to that basic purple, right? So now we can actually add some CSS properties for any link that is already visited. So let's maybe change the color. And I will pick like a purplish color. And I'll take this value and then just paste it. Let's save, reload the page. Now it's like a pinkish purple color, which is a little more artistic, I would say. Okay, let's style this button. So we're going to target our button. Then we'll use the hover pseudo class. We can change the appearance of this button whenever we move our cursor over it. So let's change the color as well. So we're going to change the background dash color, and I think I will pick a reddish color. That should be fine. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, and I believe I will change the text color as well. And I will just pick white. Okay, so let's save it, reload the page. So there doesn't appear to be any changes to our button, right? But if we take our cursor and hover over this button, that's when these CSS properties will kick in whenever we hover over an HTML element that is listed. So this doesn't really appear to do anything when you click on it. It does become focusable where there's this blue border around this, but we can actually change the appearance of this button when we click on it. So we're going to use the active pseudo class. So let's target our button element, and we're going to use the active pseudo class. And I guess I'll just change the background color again. And I will pick a slightly darker shade of red. That should be fine. And let's paste that, save, let's reload. And now when we click on this button, you can see that it just flashed really dark, right? So the active pseudo class is applied whenever you click on something or you hold something down. So you can see that it's that darker shade of red now. It's kind of like it's a 3D effect where we're pushing in the button and it's not getting as much sunlight, where it's kind of like in the shade then, you know what I mean? So the active pseudo class applies to any HTML element that is clicked or is held down. All right, moving on. I have a few pseudo classes that are useful for different list items or groupings of items. And the first one that we're going to discuss is the first child pseudo class. So we have a unordered list here and we have 10 list items. We can actually target specific list items and then give them some CSS properties. So I'm just going to type in li, and then we're going to use the first dash child pseudo class. And this is going to apply to the first list item in some sort of list or grouping. So maybe I'll change the background color. I should really discuss more CSS properties too, but colors are kind of fun to work with. And maybe let's pick like maybe a greenish color. I already picked one out already, so I'm just going to use this one because it was a pretty sweet color. So a 93 FF 7D. All right, so this first child pseudo class will apply to the first item in some sort of list or grouping. So let's reload the page. Now this list item is now highlighted. Now there's another pseudo class that is the last dash child, and this will apply to the last element in some sort of list. So I'm just going to copy this background color and paste it. And this color will now be applied to the last item in your list. And actually, if we were to add one more item to this list, this would actually change. So currently, list item number 10 is highlighted, right? So let's save this, reload. Now we have a new item within our list, and the last child pseudo class now applies to, well, the last item now, which is now item number 11. I do have a few other pseudo classes related to lists I'd like to show you guys, so I'm just going to comment this out for now, the first child as well as the last child pseudo class. All right, this next one is called the nth child pseudo class, but we're going to add a set of parentheses right after, and then a set of curly braces like we normally do. Now, we can target a specific item within some sort of grouping by putting the item number within the parentheses. Let's say that we want to target maybe this fifth item right here. We're going to put the number 5, all right? And then I'll just copy what we had here before with the background color. So let's save, reload. Now the fifth item in this list or grouping is now highlighted, or it has this CSS property applied to it. Now if we were to change this number to maybe 3, save and reload, this now applies to the third item in our list or grouping. And before we finish this video, I'm going to show you guys a few different tricks related to the nth child pseudo class. So for now, I'm just going to move this comment a little bit down further, and then save, reload. We're going to copy this, and then just make one change. So we don't necessarily need to place a number here between the parentheses of the nth child pseudo class. We can also type in a word such as odd to target all odd numbered items within this list or grouping. So let's see what happens now when we put the word odd here. So all odd numbered items now have this CSS property applied to them, and we can do the same thing with even numbered items. So I'm going to paste this, change odd to even, but I'm going to change the background color so it stands out. So I'm just going to pick a slightly lighter shade of the same color. Let's copy this hex value and then place it here. So this color will be applied to all even numbered items in this list. So let's save, reload. And what ends up happening is that we get this nice looking table. It's something you might see in like a textbook for school or something. So all odd numbered items are this color. All even numbered items are this other color that's lighter. And I have one last trick for this video to show you guys. We can create a custom formula within the nth child to target very specific items within a grouping of some sort. So for now, I'm just going to turn the rest of this into a comment, and this will be the last one I'll show you guys. So we're going to type in li colon nth child, and then set of parentheses, set of curly braces. Now, within the parentheses, there's a formula we can put in here. It is an plus b, all right? So we're actually going to be replacing each of these letters with some sort of value, and here is a definition of each of these values. So I'm just going to write a comment right here. So a equals the cycle size. How many times do we want this to repeat? N is our counter, and it starts at 0. And then lastly, b is equal to our offset value. Then I should probably write this one more time right here. So that was an plus b, okay? I'm just going to save and reload. So this is all cleared then. Now let's say that we want to target every third item within our list here. So for our cycle size, we're just going to put 3 here instead of a. We can keep n here. We can keep that at 0 plus the offset. And if we don't want an offset, we'll just place 0 here. Now we can add some CSS properties. I think I'll change the background to maybe a highlighter yellow color. So maybe I'll use background image and a linear gradient. So linear dash gradient, and then 2 right. And I have 2 colors picked out already. So that was FFF421. This is yellow, and 6 Fs, which is just all white then. So this is like a highlighter effect of some sort, but make sure you spell background right, because I didn't. Okay, so this CSS property is going to apply to every third item in our group. So let's test it out then, just to prove I'm not a liar. So let's save, reload. Now each third item in this group has this CSS property applied to it. Now we can actually add an offset to this. So for example, if I were to add 1 here, the offset would be 1 then. If I change this to 2, you can see that everything shifted down by 1 then. And if the offset was 3, it shifts down further. So if you want to add an offset, you could just change that here. So now if you want like every 4th item, you would just place 4 here instead of 3. So now every 4th item has that CSS property applied. Oh, and one last thing before you go. With these pseudo classes, you're not limited to only changing the colors. I was only using colors just because I think they're fairly simple to use. You can add other CSS properties as well. For example, I could also change the opacity, and maybe I'll set this to 0.5 for 50%. Maybe I'll add a border around each of these. So border 1 pixel solid. So now we have a border around these selected items. So you can pretty much add any CSS property that you want to these pseudo classes. I was only using colors because they're pretty simple to use and, well, they're kind of pretty. So that's the basics of pseudo classes. If you would like a copy of this markup, I'll post this in the comments down below. There's still more pseudo classes out there. These are a few of the more basic ones that you might encounter. They're fairly useful. If there's any new pseudo class that you encounter, you at least know how to add it and use it then. But yeah, those are the basics of pseudo classes in CSS. Hey, how's it going everybody? It's Bro here, hope you're doing well, and in this video I'm going to be teaching you guys about text alignment, the use of the float property, and the use of the position property in CSS. So let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Hey everyone, so for this video, I would say that this is going to be 3 different mini topics all rolled into one video just because I don't think it'd be worth it to create an individual video for each of these topics because they really won't take too long. So we're just going to cover them all in one video. So if you want to skip forward, look in the description for any timestamps. And these are things we'd want to cover before we move on to the topics of navigation bars and drop-down menus. So let's begin with the text alignment property. We can use the text alignment property to position text to the left, to the center, or to the right. But first, we'll want to create some sample text. So I'm just going to put this within a paragraph tag, and I will give this a unique ID of maybe P1. Then let's close this right away. And then I will just type in the word left. So now I'm going to copy this and paste it a few times, and we'll create a few other lines. So we'll make the second line P2, and we'll call this center. And the third line, P3, and we will say right. Let's save, reload the page, and move on to our style sheet. Now, by default, all text is aligned to the left, so if I were to move this window here, all the text is being pushed to the left of the viewport, also known as the browser window, basically. So one thing we can do is that we can change that using the text alignment property. So if we were to target P1 and said text align left, there would actually be no apparent change for our word left. But let's use a different position. So maybe for P2, we'll say text, align, center. Let's save, reload the page. See, now this text is in the center of the web page. It's in the center of the viewport or the container that it's in. So if I were to actually resize this window, it's going to continue to stay in the center. And for the last one, take a wild guess. We're going to position this to the right. So let's target P3 and we will text align right. Save, reload, and you guessed it. So the word right is now sticking to the right-hand side of the web page. Now let's put these within a smaller container. So what I'm going to do is target all paragraph elements, and we're going to set a border, spell border right, of 1 pixel that is solid. And we will specify a width of maybe 250 pixels. So let's try this now. Now you can see that since these lines, these words are kind of in a separate container now, they're going to align based on the container that they're in. So you can see that with the word right, it's stopping when it reaches the edge of this container since we specified a width. And the center word is now in the center of this box here. So that's how you can use the text align property to align text to the left, to the center, to the right of some sort of box or a container or the entire web page itself. All right, well, let's move on to the use of the float property, but I'm just going to turn this all into a comment. So this will be like a clean slate then, basically. I'll get rid of all the text here as well. So let me just edit that, then we'll move on. Okay, we're moving on to the use of the float property. So an element that is using the float property will have all other elements or text flow around it, kind of like a river where the river has bends and it's flowing around obstacles. So for this example, I have a logo that I'm going to use. If you want to download some picture and pause the video, feel free to do so. Otherwise, you can just watch me. So I'm just going to include an image here. So image source equals, and for me, it's called logo.png. And then I'll just do some inline styling just to make this simple. I'll give this a width of maybe 150 pixels and a height of 150 pixels as well. All right, let's check out this logo. Yep, there it is. All right, now I'm immediately going to add a paragraph after this. Since I'm using Sublime Text, I can just type in lorem and hit tab, and I'm going to surround this with a pair of paragraph tags. Let's save, reload the page. All right, I have to save my style sheet too. All right, now you can see that there's this big blank space after the logo. That's because this is a block level element, so it's going to take up the entire width of the viewport. Now we can actually have this text start at the top here and flow around the picture by using the float property, but we'll need to target our image then. So I'm just going to type in img for image. We'll say float, and then we can either put this to the left or to the right. So I'm going to say left. Let's save, reload. And now this text is flowing around this element because this element is floating, but I think I'm going to add a little bit of a margin just because the text is really close to the logo. So I'm just going to add that real quick. Maybe margin 5 pixels to make it look better. I would say that's a little bit better. Now let's have this float to the right. So I'm just going to switch left with right. So now, since this image is floating to the right, all other elements are going to flow around it on the left-hand side. But let me just copy this paragraph just so it's more evident because it's not enough text. Okay, yeah, you can see here that this image now has its own little space. It's not taking up the entire width of the web browser then. Now let's make a container to contain all of these elements, and we can just use a div tag for this. So we're going to place a div tag here, and we will end it after our last paragraph. And then on our style sheet, we'll say div, and then we'll give this a border, 1 pixel SolidWorks like always, and maybe a width of 500 pixels. Let's change it, maybe 300. Okay, that's better. You can see that since this is all within a container now, the image is going to float as much to the right as it can. Otherwise, if this was floating to the left, this would now be on the left-hand side. So that's pretty cool too. So that's basically how the float property works, and we're going to move on to the use of the position property. So I'm just going to comment all of this out on our style sheet and all of this on our HTML document. All right, well, lastly, we're moving on to the use of the position property, and there's 5 different values we can place here. The position property is used to position an element someplace on your web page. So we're going to be covering the fixed, relative, sticky, absolute, and static positions. So we're going to discuss the fixed position first. We can fix an element in place within the viewport. So to begin, we'll just need some sample text to work with. I'll just create an H1 heading, and I will just say maybe the word fixed. And then let's close this. I'm also going to add a paragraph too. So I'll type in lorem, hit tab, and then surround this with a pair of paragraph tags. Okay, let's move on to our style sheet. And I'm going to go down a little bit. So let's change the styling on our H1 heading real quick. So I think what I'll do is put a border around this. So 1 pixel, solid. Maybe I'll change the background too so it's easier to see. I'll make this yellow. And maybe a width of 200 pixels. Okay, that should be good then. So what we're going to do now is use the position property, and let's set this to fixed. So we can fix this H1 element in place somewhere on our web page, and we can actually give a direction, like we want this 50 pixels from the top, or we want this maybe 100 pixels from the right. So let's say that I want this on the bottom right corner. So what I'll do is that I will say bottom 0 or 0 pixels and 0 pixels from the right. So let's save and reload this. And now this label is now fixed in place to the bottom right of our web page. Although there's a little bit of a margin, but you'll just have to get rid of that. Otherwise, if I put left here, this would be fixed in place to the bottom and to the left. And you can also put pixels here too if I want this a little bit higher up. So 50 from the bottom and 50 from the left. That will place this slightly more up and to the right then. All right, well, next is relative positioning, and we can actually update our H1 tag by just using the position property again. So this old instance of us using this position property would basically become null then. So what we're going to type in here is relative, and what this does is that this will position something relative to where it's normally positioned. So if I were to take out these two lines and update this, all right, here, this is where this H1 tag is normally positioned, right? Now, if we were to put these back in, this is going to move relative to this location here. So if we said, again, bottom 50 pixels and left 50 pixels, it's going to move based on this location right here, where it normally is. So that's all what the relative positioning is. It's positioning relative to where an element normally is. Okay, we're moving on to sticky positioning, and you might need a few extra paragraphs to get this to work because we need to use the scroll bar. So an element that is sticky, and we'll update the position to that. So position sticky. What this does is that an element that is sticky will stick to the viewport when you're scrolling, but we'll also need to set a position for this. So I'm just going to say top 0 pixels. Let's save, reload the page. And what ends up happening is that this element is now sticky. So when we scroll down, it's going to stick to some position within the viewport. So this could be useful for like a navigation bar. If somebody's like scrolling down through the web page, they can easily just access the navigation bar. So this sticky positioning has a lot of uses. All right, guys, well, we're on number 4 out of 5 for positions, and this next one is static. And this is actually probably the easiest one. So anything that is static is actually what it normally is by default. So you can just say that this is the default positioning for elements. So if you ever need to reset the positioning for something, you can just set it to static, and it behaves exactly as it normally would. So that's probably the easiest positioning. All things are pretty much static by default. Okay, we're on the home stretch, guys. So we just have one more position to cover. That is an absolute position. So something can be positioned relative to some sort of positioned ancestor. Otherwise, it's going to be relative to the viewport. So I think this is best explained with a demonstration. So I just turned everything that we had into like one giant comment. Same thing for our HTML document. So what I'm actually going to be doing is drawing two different boxes. The outside box is going to be positioned relatively, and the inside box, which is going to be smaller, is going to be positioned absolutely. And the smaller box, we'll call it box 2, is going to be basically positioned relative to the ancestor, which is the larger box. So what we're going to do is just make a div tag, and I will give this a unique ID of maybe box 1. All right, and then I will just add some text like this is relative. It's going to be positioned relatively, and we'll close this. All right, now this is what we're going to do. Between the div tags, we're going to create another div section. So div, and we'll call this ID box 2. and we will say this is absolute, and then close this. So what's going to end up happening is that this ID of box 1, this div element, is going to be the ancestor of our ID box 2. So let's go to our style sheet now and actually create box 1. So we're going to target the ID of box 1, and let's draw a square. And we're going to first position this relative though. All right, and let's set a background color, maybe gray or light gray. I think that'd be better. And a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And let's add a border as well. Border 1 pixel solid. Let's see what this looks like so far. Okay, we still have a few more things to do too though. Let's work on box 2 now. So box 2. And I'm actually going to copy this and paste it and make a few changes. So let's make this positioning absolute. And the background, just gray. Not light gray, just gray. And the width will be 100 and the height 100. Let's save, reload the page. Okay, that works for box 2 then. So check this out now. Box 1 is the ancestor of box 2. We have these div elements inside another set of div elements. So box 2 is within box 1. Now, since the positioning of box 2 is absolute, what this means is that the position is relative to its, I should say, positioned ancestor. All right. Otherwise, if it doesn't have an ancestor, it's basically just going to be relative to the viewport. All right, so let's center box 2, I would say, within box 1 then. So if we want to put this in the middle, what we can do is just type in 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the left. That should be in the middle then, since this is 200 pixels wide. Let's save, reload the page. Now box 2 is now in the center of box 1, which is the ancestor. Now check this out. If we move box 1, well, box 2 is still going to stay in the center. So since this is positioned relatively, we can also use this top and left property, or bottom and right, depending on what you want to do. So from the top, let's say we want to move this down 100 pixels and maybe 150 pixels from the left. I'm just making up numbers. Okay, let's reload this. So now this box is positioned relatively. So it's normally positioned up here, right? Well, now it's moved down and to the right, down by 100 pixels and to the right by 150 pixels. And you can still see that box 2 is still basically in the center of box 1 because it's positioned absolutely relative to its ancestor. So even though we moved both boxes, box 2 is still in the center then. Okay guys, I'm going to be throwing in a bonus round because I'm probably going to get some questions related to this. So for box 1, let's say that we want this box to stay in the center of our web page. Well, one way that we can do this is that we can, instead of using the left property, just set margin left and margin right to auto. So if we were to save this and reload it, now box 1 is going to stay in the center of our web page. But we'll still have to like list where we want this positioned like vertically. So it's depending on like how large your web page is then basically. But if you want to center something horizontally, just set margin left and margin right to auto then. So you could easily replace these boxes with maybe some sort of frame and a welcome message. So then when somebody visits your web page, they'll have a giant welcome message like front and center then basically. So I thought I would just throw this in at the end of the video. But yeah, if you'd like a copy of all this markup, I'll post it in the comments down below. I'm sorry this was a longer lesson, but this is something that is, I would say, necessary for CSS just because there's so much that you can do with positioning. But I think we're going to cover transformations and animations pretty soon, so maybe that'll make up for this lesson. But yeah, that is how text alignment, the use of the float property, and the position property work in CSS. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's your bro here, hope you're doing well, and in this video I'm going to be teaching you guys all about different transformation techniques in CSS, and I would say that this is a video you'll want to watch before we move on to the topic of animations. So let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Transform is a CSS property that can be used to apply a two-dimensional or three-dimensional transformation of a base element. We can transform elements by making them rotate, move, skew them, or increase or decrease the scaling of its dimensions. So transformations is something we'll want to learn before we get into animations, where we might apply transformations over time then. So let me demonstrate this by first creating some sample text on our HTML document. We're just going to add a few lines, maybe a paragraph tag, and I'll give this a unique ID of P1. And we'll need some sample text. I'll just type in the word hi. Maybe add a line break. And then let's create a P2 paragraph. So P1 is going to be like our control, and P2 is what we're going to be applying transformations to. Let's save this, reload the page. Let's go to our style sheet, clear this out, and let's turn each of these paragraphs into a visible square that says the word hi in the middle of it. So I'm going to target all paragraph tags by placing P here. I'll give this a width of 100 pixels and a background color. How about red? A font size, 85 pixels should be good, just so we can increase the size of the word hi. Text align center, and I'll set a margin of 0 pixels. Let's save, reload the page. This should work then. So P1 is going to be our control basically, and P2 is what we're going to apply transformations to. So I'll just write that here. So P1, we're not really going to put anything here. And then P2 is where we'll be adding values to a transformation property. All right, so let's begin by translating P2 along the x-axis. So we're going to use the transform property, and we're going to say translate x, and we're going to put an amount of pixels here. So if we were to say 50 pixels, save and reload this, well, our P2 paragraph is going to be translated 50 pixels on the x-axis. All right, so let me show you translate y. So I'm just going to turn this into a comment, and I'm honestly just going to copy this and paste it right underneath. This time we're going to do translate y, so it's going to move up and down on the y-axis now. So a positive amount of pixels will move this downwards, whereas a negative would move this upwards actually. All right, so that's the translate y transformation. And let me turn that into a comment. I guess I'm going to go pretty quickly through these. So then you can kind of combine the two. Well, let me put the word transform here first. Transform. So it's just translate. So you're going to put two fields within here. Let's say we want this to move on the x-axis 50 pixels and on the y-axis 50 pixels. So this will take two values, x and y. Let's save this, reload. So this moved down and to the right by 50 pixels depending on the values we placed here. All right, let's move on. So that's all about using the translate property then. So next we're going to rotate our icon, our paragraph. So transform, rotate x. This will rotate an element on the x-axis, let's say 180 degrees. Save, reload. You can see that this kind of like flipped upside down now as if it rotated. All right, so we'll rotate y next. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, rotate y. It's actually kind of difficult to understand these since this is like a two-dimensional screen, but you can see that it's kind of like these letters are inverted now. And when we get to animations, you can actually see these things rotate. All right, let's rotate Z now. So this is like the standard rotation for a like 2D plane basically. And then you can just use the rotate property, which is basically the same thing. So you might either see like rotate or rotate Z, but they apparently do the same thing. Okay, so that's it for rotations. Let's move on to scaling. So scale X, and then we'll put a number here. So if we want to double the scaling on the X-axis for an element, we'll put scale X2 here. So this gives an appearance that it's stretching, or we could half it by putting 0.5, where it's very skinny now. All right, then we can scale Y. So I'll copy this, turn this into a comment, paste it, and this time we will scale Y. So now it's stretched on the Y-axis, or if we change this to 0.5, it's now kind of squished. And then you can combine the two where it's just scale. And then this will take two values. So the first one is X, the second one is Y. So 2 and 2 would stretch it like both ways on the X-axis and the Y-axis. Sorry, I'm going kind of quick here, but we're almost done. All right, next we have skew Y. And we list degrees here. So if we were to put 45 degrees, this would skew this on the Y-axis. So it gets kind of funky right here. And there's also skew X. Yep, and it's skewed on the X-axis now. All right, lastly, I'm going to show you a matrix. So we're going to transform matrix. And this actually takes 6 fields, so I'll just put zeros here for now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so apparently this disappeared. So let me show you what the value of each of these stands for. All right, the first one is scale X. Second is skew Y, followed by skew X, scale Y. I swear I didn't remember these. I have a cheat sheet next to me. I'd be impressed if somebody can remember these. Translate X and translate Y. All right, so in order, each of these numbers represents what kind of transformation you're doing. Now, if you want your element to at least appear, scale X as well as scale Y has to be a number greater than 0. So the baseline would be 1 for the first position, and the fourth position would be 1 as well. So this is the like standard that we have. Now, if we actually change this to maybe 0.5 as well as scale Y, well, what happens is that we have a miniature version of our element that we're targeting. Now let's plug in some random numbers for these other properties here. So skew Y, maybe I'll place 1. Same thing with skew X. For translate X and translate Y, maybe I'll just place 50. And let's see what this looks like. We're now applying a bunch of transformations all at once. So this is what this looks like now. It's kind of funky, but it's pretty interesting. So that's using a matrix for a transformation. It's as if we're combining 6 different transformations all at once, depending on which values we place here. So that's the basics of transformations. I'll post all of this in the comments down below if you would like a copy for yourself. And in the next lesson, we're going to get into animations. So you'll want to be sure you at least have a basic understanding of some of these transformations. But yeah, that is how the transform property works in CSS. Hey, how's it going everybody? It's your bro here, hope you're doing well, and in this video I'm going to be teaching you guys all about basic animations in CSS. So, let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Hey everyone, so basically speaking, an animation allows us to change some property of an element over the course of time instead of having it become an instantaneous change, which is what we're used to. So let's begin by creating some sample text to work with. So on my HTML document, I'm just going to use a paragraph tag. I'll give this a unique ID of P1, and then I'll just type in the word maybe hi again, like what we did with the last video. So then we'll close this, save the page, reload, and then let's go to our style sheet, and let's work on a square for our paragraph element. Well, let's target P1 since we're already using an ID. All right, so let's make a square. So we'll give this a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels. And then background, maybe red. All right, then font size. I think last time we picked 85. Text, align, center, and margin, 0 pixels. Let's save, reload the page. Okay, this will work for now. Moving on to our next step. What we need to do now is to create something called a keyframe rule. And this is basically the animation itself. Any element that is using this keyframe rule will behave based on the animation steps that are listed within this rule. So what we'll do for a keyframe rule is type in @keyframes, and then we need a unique name for this animation. Let's say that we want to change the color from red to blue. We could call this maybe my color animation. Otherwise, name this whatever you want. You could still name this like best animation ever, and this would still work, but you know, your name should be descriptive of what the animation does. So I'll just call this my color animation, then a set of curly braces. All right, this is the framework for the keyframe rule. We'll need some sort of starting position and ending position. The first line, we're going to type from, then a set of curly braces, and the second line, to, another set of curly braces. We can list some sort of property within this from line, and this will be like the starting position. So we could say background dash color should start at red. And then at the end, on this to line, we'll type in background dash color, maybe blue. All right, now within an element that you want to use this animation, what we're going to do is use the animation property. So animation colon, and then we're going to take our animation name that we want to use and place it right here next to the property name for animation. Now, second, we'll need a duration. How long do we want this animation to take? So we'll use this property called animation duration. And let's say that we want this animation to take 5 seconds. So we'll place 5s here. So let's save. And after reloading the page, now the background color of our element changed from red to blue, but it only does this once. So you can actually set something called an animation iteration count. So let's say if you want to have this animation occur twice, you could put 2 here. Otherwise, if you want this to be continuous, you can place the word infinite. So then after using animation iteration count infinite, this animation will continuously occur infinitely then. So we can also list multiple different steps in our animation. It doesn't necessarily have to be 2, but what we're going to do here is list some percentages instead of this keyword from and to. So we could actually have this transition to a bunch of different colors. So I think that's what we'll do then. So maybe 6 different colors. So maybe red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and maybe lastly purple. That should be good enough. Okay, so next to each of these basically steps, we're going to list a percentage. So we're going to start at 0%. And for the second step, we'll say that when our animation reaches 20%, we want the color to be orange. And we could list 40% for the next step, then 60, 80, and then when this animation finishes, the color should be purple. So now this square should transition to a bunch of different colors. And we also set an iteration count of infinite, so it's just going to continue on and on. So you can also use percentages for your animation. It doesn't necessarily just have to be from and to. Let's rotate this bad boy. Let's create a new animation. So at keyframes, my rotate animation, because I can't think of a more clever name at the moment. So what we'll just do here is say maybe 100%. What do we want this animation to do? Well, we're going to use the transform property, and let's rotate this on its z-axis, but make sure this first letter is lowercase. And then we're going to put an amount of degrees. So let's say we want this to rotate 360 degrees. Then I just need a semicolon, and then we should be good. And we're going to change the animation from my color animation to my rotate animation. So what this does now is that it rotates on its z-axis 360 degrees over the course of 5 seconds. And we also set this to infinite, so it's just going to continue on and on. You could also increase this or decrease this. So 720 degrees would have this rotate a little bit faster. Let's just set this to like 1,000,000 or something, and it should go crazy. Yeah, sorry if I gave you a seizure. All right, so maybe we'll just set that to 360 degrees for now. And let's rotate this on multiple different axes. Is that plural for axis? I don't know. You know what I mean, though. All right, so X, Y, and Z, but I'm going to turn a few of these into a comment. All right, so maybe we'll just start with X. And this should be a comment too. Okay, so now it's rotating on its x-axis. And let's also rotate this on the y-axis. That's a pretty sweet animation. All right, so that's how you use a rotation sort of animation. Let's try another type of animation. Okay, I have an idea. Let's move our element around the screen using the translate property. So let's create a new animation for this. So keyframes, translate. All right. Then what I think we'll do actually is set this to 50%, and you'll see why in just a moment. All right, then what we'll do here is use transform, translate. So this takes two values, an X position and a Y position. So if we want to move this maybe 100 pixels to the right, we'll just place 100 pixels here, followed by 0. And then let's list this animation here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it, save, reload, and now this moves all the way to the right. But now since we set this to 50%, when it reaches 100, it's actually going to go back to its original position. Now, if this was 100%, what ends up happening is that when it reaches the end, it's kind of going to like blink back to where it was previously. So if you want this to look more natural and kind of ease its way back in, you could set this to 50%. And then when it starts to reach 100 or after 50%, it's going to go back to its original position. So that's something to consider too if you want something to ease back into where it was originally. Let's also move this downwards, so on the y-axis. So I'll set that to 100 pixels, and I'll set the first value to 0. So now this is moving down, and you can actually combine the two. So let's move this 100 by 100 pixels, and you get like a diagonal animation, which is pretty sweet. All right, let's go over scaling animations. So let's create a new keyframe. Keyframes, my scale. And maybe I'll set this to 50%. Then we're going to use transform, scale, 2 by 2. And then we'll list this new animation here. Okay, now the size of our element is scaling up by 2. Or if we put maybe 3 here, it's scaling on its x-axis 3 times the original size and the y-axis 2 times. Otherwise, you can always shrink this too. We could say 0.5 and 0.5. And then it's getting smaller, and it's blowing back up to its normal size as well. Let's change the opacity. I promise we're almost done. We just have a few other things to cover. So my opacity, and let's have this start at 0% with the opacity. Opacity is like basically the visibility. So we'll set this to 0, and at 50%, we want the opacity to be 1, which is basically 100%. And then at 100%, we want the opacity here to be 0 again. And then let's list this as the animation now. So what ends up happening is that it fades in, and then it fades out, which is pretty sweet too. And lastly, let's change the font size over time. So you can basically pick like any property that you want to change. I'm just making stuff up as I go along here, but you know, there's more you can do with these. You can also combine different transformations and animations too. I'm just taking this like step by step. So maybe let's call this animation my font. And then at 0% of this animation, we'll have the font dash size be 85 pixels, which is what we set it to originally. 50% font dash size, maybe 400. So the size of our font is going to expand to fill our window. And then at 100%, we want the font size to go back to 85. And let's list this as the new animation. Paste it here, and let's try this. All right, it's aggressively saying hi to us. All right, guys, well, there's one thing I forgot to mention to you. So you can actually have an animation begin when you hover over an element. So for example, let's say that we want this animation to occur only when we move our mouse cursor over this red box, our element. So what we'll do is we'll take our element, and for our example, it's P1, and we're going to use the hover pseudo class. Take all of the animation properties listed for this element and place it within the pseudo class. So we'll just place that here. All right, so let's save this, reload the page. And when this page is reloaded, it doesn't appear to do anything until you move your mouse cursor over it, then the animation begins. So I thought I would just throw that in real quick before we wrapped up this video. So that's the very basics of animations in CSS. If you would like a copy of everything we worked on today, I'll post this in the comments down below. But yeah, that's the basics of animations in CSS. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's your bro here, hope you're doing well. And in this video, I'm going to walk you guys through how we can create a navigation bar in CSS. So let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Hey everyone, so I'm going to walk you through the steps of how we can create a navigation bar in CSS. I'll also post all of the code in the comments down below if you want to copy it and cheat. I promise I won't feel bad if you copy it. This video is meant to help you. So you can either continue to watch me or copy the code that I have, or both. So let's begin by creating an h1 tag that'll function as some sort of title, and then we'll put a navigation bar underneath it. So I'm just going to type navigation bar demo. And let's take a look at this. So if you make a website for somebody, this might be used for some sort of title for the website, and there's usually some sort of navigation bar underneath it. Depends on the layout of the website, but this is something you'll commonly see, a navigation bar under some sort of title. We're going to create an unordered list, and we haven't done this for a while. So we'll need a list item, and we will use an a tag, use href to set a URL or another document you want this link to go to or be forwarded to. So maybe we'll call this home, and let's close this a tag and close this list item. So let's copy this and make a few other options on our navigation bar. So the next one can be maybe about, like something about the company, and maybe services, and a contact us section. Contact us. And then let's close this unordered list. Let's say, reload the page. Okay, this is everything we need for our HTML document. We're going to do everything else with the CSS page. So let's jump over to that. Let's target our unordered list and make a few changes. So this is pretty ugly right now, so we're going to turn this into a pretty navigation bar. Let's get rid of these bullet points. So list dash style dash type none. I think I'll just do this step by step and just refresh the page after each step. Padding 0 pixels. Okay. Margin 0 pixels. No apparent change. Overflow hidden. And let's change the background dash color. I have one picked out already. It was 444444. So 6 fours. That's a decent gray color. All right, let's move on to list item A. So basically, we're targeting any A tag within a list item. So that's all of these, basically. And what we want to do here is float all of these to the left. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. It's a little difficult to see these buttons, though. Display, block. Color, that's the font color. We'll just make it white. Maybe some padding. 10 pixels and 15 pixels. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Text, align, center. Kind of already is centered. Text, decoration, none. So this will get rid of the underline. Okay, let's add maybe a border to the right-hand side of each of these options, each of these A tags. So border dash right, 1 pixel solid black. Ooh, it's starting to look nice. All right, so you can see that each of these buttons, well, they're not necessarily buttons, they're links. They are of uneven sizes. We can set a minimum width. You can see that this contact us button is slightly wider than, let's say, home. So we can set a minimum width for these. So min dash width 60 pixels, but spell width right. Okay, that looks even now. All right, so that's everything for LIA. So now we're going to go to LI. Then use the pseudo class hover, and we'll change the background dash color when we hover over one of these links here, and maybe we'll make this like a darker color. So I'm just putting 6 2s here for a hexadecimal value. Let's save this, reload the page, and look at that. So when we hover over one of these links, it is now changing colors to something slightly darker. So let's try out one of these links to see if it'll actually take us somewhere when we click on it. So maybe let's set up the home link and let's have it take us to maybe Google. So for your href attribute, we'll just set this to https://www.google.com. Let's save this, refresh the page, and click on our home button, and it does indeed take us to Google. So we know that it works then. So if you have some sort of website, you'll probably place another web page file within these href attributes, or a URL, whatever you want to do for your website. All right, well, I have extra time to kill. I'm going to show you guys how we can create a pretty sweet glow effect. If we hover our mouse over one of these links, we can actually get the text to like glow, like fade in and fade out, which is pretty sweet. Totally not necessary though, but I thought it'd be a fun project to work on. So if you want to continue, these are the steps. So let's create a keyframe rule. So at keyframes, and let's just call this my glow animation. And let's set the 50% mark to have a text dash shadow of 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and maybe the color yellow. All right, and then we'll place this within the hover pseudo class. We'll set the animation to my glow animation, what we have right here, and then an animation duration of perhaps 3 seconds, and an animation iteration count of infinite. And that's all we need. So let's try this. All right, you can see that this home text is actually glowing. It's a little difficult to see, so maybe I should have picked some different colors, but you know, let's try this over a few different buttons just to test that it's working. Yeah, and it in fact is. So I probably, in hindsight, would have changed some of these colors around, but you can see that we have like a pretty sweet glow effect. So it's totally not necessary for a navigation bar. I just thought it'd be something cool to throw in at the end of this video. But that's the basics of navigation bars in CSS. If you would like a copy of everything we worked on, I'll post this in the comments down below. But yeah, you should have a navigation bar now for your website. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's your bro here, hope you're doing well, and in this video I'm going to show you guys a few different tricks that you can do involving flexboxes in CSS. So let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Hey everyone, so this is going to be an introduction to CSS Flexbox. It's a web layout model that allows for responsive elements within a container to be arranged depending on screen size and web page layout. Okay, so basically it's a flexible container that can also contain flexible items within it. So we can place things like icons, images, even videos within a flexible container that's responsive to the size of the web page and the web page layout. So let's begin by creating some items within a container. So before we actually begin this, I'm just going to use an h1 header and we'll call this flexbox demo. Not really necessary, but I kind of like to label my things. All right, then let's create a div element and let's give this a class of container. So this will be the container to hold all of our items within it. And this is going to be behaving as our flexbox, basically. Oh, I just realized I misspelled flexbox. All right, that's embarrassing. So let's put some items within this container. So we'll make these div elements as well. So div number 1, and then we'll just close this. Maybe we'll create 5 items. I think that should be enough. 3, 4, 5. All right, and then let's close this. So basically we have 5 elements within a container, a class named container that's going to be behaving as the flexbox itself. So let's take a look at this. All right, now let's go to our CSS style sheet. Let's begin by changing the appearance of each of these items. So we're going to list dot container, then anything with the div tag within our container here. So maybe I'll just give this a font color of white and a height of 100 pixels. Let's make them squares. So these will also have a width of 100 pixels, a background color, maybe something light gray. So I'm going to enter a hexadecimal value of 999,999. And text dash align center line height of 100 pixels, font dash size of 50 pixels, and a margin of 5 pixels, just so these items aren't so close together. All right, let's take a look at this so far. All right, so what we're going to end up doing is placing all of these items within a flexbox container. So I'm just going to put this before our CSS styling for our div elements. And this is what we're going to target at the top then. So we're going to list our container class. And to use a flexbox, we're going to say display, use the display property, and we're going to flex. All right. And then what we'll do is flex dash wrap, no wrap. And then we'll give this a background dash color of maybe 444444. Let's save, reload the page. All right, so we're getting somewhere. Okay, now pay attention to this. If we resize this browser window, all the items within our flexbox are actually left justified. And if we shrink this window, Well, now all of the items within our flexbox are actually compressing because we're running out of room. That's because our flex wrap property is set to no wrap. If you want these items to actually be moved down to the next row instead of compressing, then you can set this to just wrap. So what ends up happening is that these items are responsive, and if they run out of room within their container, they're going to be pushed down to the next row. So that's if you don't want these items to compress at all. So that's the flex wrap property. So one pretty sweet benefit of using a flexbox is that if you ever need to add items to your list that's using a flexbox, well, you can easily just add that at the end, and then the web page will find a place for it. So just imagine that these are pictures and this is some sort of photo gallery. As you're adding pictures that become new, you can just add them to your flexbox, and the web page will actually place these new photos like in order, and it will find room for these. So that's a pretty sweet benefit of using a flexbox. So for this part of the video, I'm going to demonstrate different properties that you guys might find useful for flexboxes. So the first thing that we're going to cover is flex-direction, and we can set this to column. And all of the items within our flexbox are arranged in a single column, although we still have this huge, massive flexbox area. So we can actually limit that by specifying a width, and maybe I'll set this to 110 pixels. Now all of the items within our flexbox are arranged vertically instead of horizontally, and if we actually added a new item to this list here, well, it's actually going to appear at the bottom then, so that's pretty sweet too, depending on how you want your website designed. Actually, this kind of reminds me of like some sort of like film reel from like the old days. That's pretty sweet. And one other thing you can do with flex direction is that you can set it so that all newer items within your flexbox will actually appear at the top, and older items will get pushed down to the bottom. So think of like maybe Facebook, where all newer news or posts appears at the top, and older posts will get pushed down to the bottom. So for your flex direction property, you're going to set this to column-reverse for that effect. So you can see that the last item in our flexbox now appears at the top. And if we were to add any, so maybe let's add number 8, it now appears at the top then. So you also have the capability to put items in reverse order. So I have a few other tricks to show you guys, but I'm just going to turn this part of our document into a comment because I want this back to being a horizontal row then. Maybe we'll take out one item just to save some space. All right, so we have a property called justify content, and this is normally set to the left basically, and that is flex-start. So there's going to be no apparent change. So now we can actually center all of these items within our flexbox by setting justify content to center. So let's try that now. Yep, everything's now in the center of our flexbox. And if we were to increase the size of our flexbox, then you can see that both sides of our items now have all this additional space. And likewise, we can set this to flex end. And with setting justify content to flex end, all the items in our flexbox are now pushed to the right. Any additional space is on the left-hand side of our items. And here's one more secret one I'm going to show you guys. It is justify content space dash around. Now any additional space will appear between the items. So you can see as I'm expanding this, there's extra basically margin between the items. This kind of reminds me of like an accordion, how they expand like this. That's pretty cool. But I tend to prefer justify content center. So pick one of these depending on how you want to place these items. So let's turn this into a comment and move on to bigger and better things. Now, one very useful property of a flexbox is the align items property. But to better demonstrate this, we're going to increase the height of our flexbox. So I'm going to set the height to maybe 400 pixels. That should be good enough. All right, so by default, all of the items in our flexbox are pushed to the top. So if we were to use align dash items property, we could set this to maybe center. Now all of the items are centered within our flexbox. So the default actually is flex dash start. And this is what we had originally. Otherwise, if you want this at the bottom, you can set this to flex end. And all items are now pushed to the bottom. But you know what? Let's set this to center because we like to center things. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of this tutorial series, and I think I'll sign out with one final trick to show you guys. So, for new developers, it's surprisingly difficult to actually align something in the middle, both horizontally and vertically, but you can actually do this using a flexbox. So, to best demonstrate this, we're going to get rid of items 2 through 7 in our flexbox, and we're just going to have 1. So, if you need to align something in the very middle of either your web page or some sort of container, this is what you can do. You could just use a flexbox. So remember, anything is possible using flexbox. So what we'll do is just add 2 properties here. So for our container, we will just justify content center. And the other thing we'll do is align dash items center. So what you get is something that is centered both horizontally and vertically. And this is surprisingly difficult to do using CSS without a flexbox. So if you ever need to center something both horizontally and vertically, you can't go wrong with using a flexbox. So that's everything you need to know to get started using flexboxes. I'll post these documents in the comments down below if you'd like a copy for yourself. But good job for reaching the end of the series, and well, thank you for watching. And in the next video, we'll be finally moving on to JavaScript. But yeah, everything in this playlist that you have watched so far should be everything you need to know to begin using CSS. Hey everyone, we're going to be learning about icons in this video, so let's get into it. Before you reach the end of this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so that we together can challenge and defeat the mighty YouTube algorithm. Hey everyone, so for this lesson, this is going to serve as a mini bonus video on how to add icons to a web page. Now there's a few ways that you can do this. This is what I do. I tend to use this website called Font Awesome, and here's the URL. I'll also post this in the description if you want to copy this, or feel free to pause the video. So you can actually use a lot of icons from this website. There's a free version, and there's also a pro version which you have to pay for, but since I don't like to pay for things, I like to use the free version. Now with these icons, you can either download these, otherwise you can link an external style sheet that has all of these icons then. So I'll include this link in the description, otherwise you can pause the video and copy this down. But once you have this link in the head of your HTML file, you're good to go then. Let's say that we want to include some sort of home icon. So we can do a search for that in the gallery here. So let's look up home and see what we find. This will be fine. Now in order to use this icon, you'll want to be sure to include this I tag, and I'll just copy this and paste it here. So there's one trick though. If you're using the free version, you want to be sure that you're typing in FA space FA dash and the name of the icon. So here it says FAS space FA dash home. We'll just want to be sure to take that S out. Other versions might have other letters here. So let's save this and test it. Yep, here is our home icon. Now we can actually use a larger version of this icon. So after this class name, what we're going to type here is FA dash and how many times we want to basically expand this. Which version do we want? Let's say we want the version that is 2 times larger. We're going to place 2x here. So now we get a larger version of this icon, but I think I'll stick with 4x for this demonstration. And this is a suitable size, I would say. I'll include just a few other icons. You can always search for some icons that you might like within the gallery. So there's one for YouTube, which I'm going to include. So I'm going to change home to YouTube. And there's also one for Twitter. So I'm going to change home to Twitter. And we're using the 4x version. So let's save, reload the page. And here are a few icons. And with these icons, you can individually style these using CSS. So let's say we want to change the color of our YouTube icon. So what we'll do is target our YouTube class that was .fa-YouTube. And we will say we want this to be red. And let's do the same thing for Twitter, but a different color. So FA-Twitter. And we want this color to be 1DA1F2. I didn't remember that, I had to look it up. So let's save it, reload the page, and we have some nice colorful icons now. Okay, last one. Here's a spinner. So this is what you might see during a loading screen. It's FA space FA dash spinner, and there's different styles of spinners. I kind of like this one. It's FA dash pulse, and then we'll make this FA dash 4x. And here's our spinner. This is something you might see during a loading screen. Okay guys, one last thing before we go. I'm actually refilming this part because I forgot to mention this. We can actually turn these icons into a hyperlink that'll take us somewhere when we click on it. So let's say that we want to go to YouTube when we click on this icon. So what we'll do for this icon is surround this with a pair of A tags. Now within the opening A tag, we'll use the href attribute and set this to the website that we want to go to. So we'll say https://www.youtube.com. Let's save, reload the page. Now one thing that you might see is that there tends to be like this underline. You might not see it here. You can actually get rid of that. That's standard with all hyperlinks. Just say target all A tags, and we're going to use a text decoration of none, and that will get rid of that underline that you might see. Okay, let's try this now. And it brings us to YouTube's homepage. Well, that concludes the CSS tutorial for now. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. If you learned something new, then you can help me help you in 3 easy steps by smashing that like button, drop a comment down below, and subscribe if you'd like to become a fellow bro.